Can the room hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let's get this meeting started then. Are we all set?
Could one of the board members speak into the mic?
Yes,
so Dr.
we
Rob
are.
check? Yes.
Yes, we are, Dr.
Good.
Robbie.
You all great. So welcome everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 25th, and we're going to be beginning our governing board meeting tonight. Tenemos servicios de interpretación disponibles. Por favor, indica con la mesa aquí en la cuarto si se necesita servicios de interpretación. Again, today is Tuesday, April 25th, and I am joining the meeting remotely from sunny Palm Springs, where I am speaking at a physician wellness conference on change management as well as other topics. But glad I get to join the meeting virtually today. Mr. Romero, our board clerk, will be my eyes and ears on the ground and running some of the discussion during the meeting tonight while I'll be participating virtually. As is April 25th, today is both National Watch and National Telephone Day. I find this fascinating as someone who still wears a traditional watch, as now our telephones and watches are combined for so many people in one handy device. Today is also National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. As a family physician, I'd be remiss if I didn't reinforce that having unused and expired medication may be dangerous. There are many places to safely dispose of prescription medications. Actually, many of our local Tucson police stations are safe medication disposal sites. Your personal family physician and your local pharmacy are great resources for more information on where to safely dispose of unused prescription medication on today, National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, and every day of the year if you have unused and expired medication. Yolanda, Ms. Pena, can we have a roll call to get us started here today?
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here.
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Dr. Robbie?
Here. And then I'm going to turn it over to our board member Ekstrom to lead us in our land acknowledgement statement.
On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Jennifer Ekstrom, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified Schools District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pascua Yaqui tribe.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. And for our Pledge of the Allegiance, we have Gabriel Benitez, who's a fourth grader at Collier Elementary School. And Gabriel is a legacy child. His mom, Gabriel's mom, also went to Collier when she was in kindergarten through sixth grade. Gabriel grew up in Tucson, Arizona. He has two sisters and one brother. His sister, Anissa, goes also to Collier and is currently in second grade. Gabriel's hobbies are basketball, baseball, and soccer. He is a student council president at Collier, and his favorite subject is math. Gabriel's in orchestra and plays the violin, and when Gabriel is off from school, he likes to visit Gleason, Arizona, and ride his go-kart. I have not heard of Gleason, Arizona, and the go-kart, so maybe take my kids there sometime. And when Gabriel grows up, he wants to be a police officer. Thank you for joining us today and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of the happiness, that secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, driving the just powers from the consent of the governed. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote for the general welfare, and secure the blessing of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
Thank you for leading us in that pledge today. Great to have you here and to have a lot of family members and generations at our TUSD schools. Dr. Trujillo, I'm going to turn over to you for agenda adjustments.
Yes, President Shaw, members of the governing board, we have a couple of agenda item adjustments this evening. I want to start with pulling the item from consent 6.2. I would like to pull that item. It will reappear on a subsequent agenda in the future. And then I would also request that we move items 8.1 and 8.2 in that order to directly follow the call to the audience. Excuse me, 8.1 and 9.2, my mistake. So 8.1 and 9.2 to directly follow the call to the audience.
Thank you, Director Trujillo. Any objections to those agenda adjustments from the governing board? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move those items as presented or as requested. And we'll go on back to you, Dr. Trujillo, for awards and recognitions.
As President Shaw, members of the governing board, and Tucson Unified Community, welcome to your April 25th governing board meeting. And this evening, we get the procedure underway on a note of sadness. I'd like to recognize the passing of an amazing staff member and family member of the Gridley Middle School community, Kelly Kramer, who recently passed. She was a school counselor at Gridley Middle School for the last 2 years. She passed away on March 31st due to injuries she sustained in a car accident after spending a beautiful week with her parents sightseeing and hiking in Las Vegas. She was an integral part of our school community and our district community, greeting anyone who walked in her office with a "Hi, how can I help you?" She was originally from Illinois, but loved living in Tucson. Kelly enjoyed playing pickleball and banging on the drums to rock music. Often she incorporated music and drumming with students to help them regulate themselves, had a goodie box of fidgets for them to use. When students left her office, she would remind them, "Remember your why." Her big smile, bright eyes, and heart-shaped sunglasses will be sorely missed. She made a lasting impact on us all. We will honor her by remembering all she shared of herself while she was with us. One of her favorite quotes was by Philip Ryder: "A positive mindset brings positive things." That was Kelly, sunshine and light, and she will be missed. Our condolences to the Kramer family, and on behalf of the Tucson Unified School District, we thank the Kramer family for allowing Kelly's sunshine and light to shine brightly upon the young people of the Gridley community. Our next in memoriam is in honor of Stacy Arredondo Santa Cruz, a long-time Tucson Unified School District educator. She was a teacher, Roscrooge K-8, and also an alumni of Choya High School. She continued her education at the University of Arizona, where she earned a bachelor's degree in education in Spanish and a master's degree in early childhood development at Northern Arizona University. Ms. Arredondo was a long-time educator in TUSD. She started teaching kindergarten in 1996 at Hollinger. Then her career took her to Leonard Kidis, C.E. Rose, Drachman Montessori, and finally to Roscrooge Bilingual K-8, where she's been for the last 9 years and where she has served as a third grade teacher and as a GATE resource teacher. In 2021, she received the College Football Playoff Foundation Extra Yard Award, where she was awarded $1,900 for her contributions to the Roscrooge community. Stacy loved her students and colleagues and was supportive of all things Roscrooge. You could find her playing volleyball in the staff student Menudo Bowl, attending mariachi folklorico performances, and student athletic games. Our school and community lost an impactful mentor, a role model, and friend. She will be missed immensely. Of course, on behalf of the district, our condolences to the Arredondo Santa Cruz family. Next, the Tucson Unified School District, in its long and storied history going back over 160 years, has seen amazing and foundational and influential leaders walk our schools and serve our students, but perhaps none more transformational and more generational than Dr. Laura Banks. Dr. Banks was one of Tucson's most honored African American educators and leaders. In 1939, Dr. Banks was part of the first wave of African American women to attend the University of Arizona. Although a nominally integrated campus, she was denied the ability to complete her certificate because of the professor's enforcement of swimming pool segregation. During that time, Tucson's African Americans were only allowed to swim once a week at Uri Park School, right before the dirty water was changed out for fresh. Nobles and her mother, with help from white students who attested that they had no problem swimming with Laura, eventually prevailed, and the university pool was integrated by 1941. Upon graduation from the University of Arizona in 1943, Laura returned to Dunbar School, where she was once a student. As a teacher, she taught for 8 years. The school was eventually desegregated in 1951, and she moved to Davis Elementary School in her home neighborhood. Dr. Banks continued her education at the University of Arizona, earning a master's degree in education in 1966, and became the first person to receive an education specialist degree in 1970. In 1969, she became the principal of Cabot Elementary School, and from 1975 to 1980, she was the district's coordinator of reading programs for grades K through 12. She completed her doctorate in education in 1980 and was the district's first African American assistant superintendent. In addition to her career as an educator, Dr. Banks has been an active member of the community, serving as the president of the local chapter of the NAACP from 1960 to 1962, president of the Tucson Urban League from 1974 to 1975, working with the YMCA and other Tucson community groups. She was honored by many groups throughout her long career, such as the University of Arizona Alumni Association Distinguished Citizen Award. In 1982, Dr. Banks retired from TUSD, and in 1994, she and her husband, Jack, moved to Texas. Dr. Banks returned to Tucson in 2003 for the dedication of what has become her lasting legacy here in Tucson Unified School District, the dedication and opening of the beautiful Laura Nobles Banks Elementary School, located off Bopp Road west of Interstate 10. We are grateful to the many contributions Dr. Banks had in our community, including her annual visit and fundraising effort for Banks Elementary, her namesake. Our condolences to the Banks family. Her life, her legacy, and her impact generations of students in the Tucson Unified School District. And last, if I can have Jean pull up the image. Before we head to a moment of silence, I'd like to recognize the passing of two-term governing board member Lolly Almquist, who proudly served the Tucson Unified School District as a governing board member from 1977 to 1985. In her retirement, she remained a fierce advocate for public schools, for funding of public schools, and for the presence of high-quality performance arts in each and every single school in the Tucson area. We thank Lolly Almquist for her service to the Tucson Unified community, and we recognize her passing and offer our deepest condolences to the Almquist family. Please join me in a moment of silence for our recently departed family members here, Tucson Unified community. Thank you. Had an opportunity this Saturday to attend the Legacy of Excellence event. I want to thank governing board members Sadie Shaw, governing board member Jennifer Ekstrom, and of course other governing board member Natalie Luna Rose for joining me for those festivities. Had a wonderful dinner and an award ceremony out at Star Pass. And tonight we want to recognize our 2023 Legacy of Excellence winners, who of course were celebrated. The Legacy of Excellence Committee provides scholarships to graduating African American seniors of Tucson Unified Schools who have achieved academically and are active in their community and aspire to go on to higher education. The recipients of the 13th Annual College Scholarships are as follows. Representing Choya High School, Samia Martin. Representing Palo Verde High School, we've got two students, Ezekiel Mugisha and Edwigi Imshwe. From Pueblo High School, Loria Jackson, From Rincon, Marcellus Jackson. From Saguaro High School, Jada Griffith. From Santa Rita High School, Temple Dees. From Tucson High, Jaslyn Manning and Zameen Harrison. And from University High School, Alexander Barrow. Let's give these students a round of applause for their award. And wish them all the best as they realize their post-secondary destinies at universities around the nation. Our next recognition, we had some student artwork winners for the Board of Supervisors District 5 contest. So congratulations to our students from Hollinger K-8, Carrillo K-5, Miller Elementary School, Valencia Middle School, and Catalina High School, who were all named as finalists and winners of the annual District 5 Art Contest. Your creativity and talent are inspiring to all. So I want to recognize from Hollinger, Catherine Ricks, from Miller Elementary, Gael Palafox, from Valencia Middle School, Jesse Mejia. Those are our 3 winners, but we also want to recognize our finalists. Floyd Thompson from Hollinger K-8, Jose Diaz from Carrillo K-5, Chardonnay Edwards from Valencia Middle School, and Azul Martinez Borrego from Catalina High School. And special recognition as the judges highlight Escher Green, also representing the Hollinger K-8 Bulldogs. Our next recognition is for an outstanding sports medicine educator out at Sabino High School. Congratulations to Michelle Gonzalez, who teaches sports medicine and is the assistant trainer at Sabino High School, for being named the winner of the 2023 District 7 Servant's Heart Award. Athletic trainers who have chosen the secondary school setting represent the qualities often associated with the term servant heart: humility, selflessness, compassion, and a willingness to serve others. Thank you again, Michelle, for your outstanding service to the athletes and the young people of the Sabino community. And our next recognition is for our nationally board certified nurses. National Board Certification for School Nurses is issued by the National Board for Certification of School Nurses, or known as the NBCSN. Represents a national standard of preparation, knowledge, and practice specific to school nursing. School nursing is founded in public health nursing, and the National Association for School Nursing supports that every school-age child should have access to a registered professional school nurse with a minimum of a baccalaureate degree in nursing and is licensed as a registered nurse in the state of practice. Certification further supports the framework for 21st century school nursing practice, the theoretical foundation adopted by the Department of Health Services at the Tucson Unified School District, which emphasizes evidence-based, clinical, competent, and quality care. The nurses that have committed to certification demonstrate a dedication to quality and effective school-based nursing care at the top of industry standards in an effort to reduce or eliminate health-related factors that negatively impact student learning. So congratulations. From Tucson High, we want to recognize Lisa, as she's known, Early, from Tucson High. From Carrillo, Drachman and Mansfeld, service to 3 schools, Kimberly Fenderson. And of course, Pueblo High School, Kate Straub. All of these amazing registered nurses, we want to congratulate you for this wonderful achievement, for your attainment of National Board Certification for School Nurses. Let us give them a round of applause. With that, President Shaw, members of the governing board, that concludes the superintendent's report for the evening.
Great, thank you, Dr. Trujillo. And great job to everyone who achieved national certification in nursing, and for all of your hard work and keeping our kids healthy and safe. Our next item on our agenda tonight is call to the audience. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Romero in just one moment. I know we have a large number of individuals here to call to the audience. And so we have 20 minutes scheduled for call to the audience, and it's something that the governing board, if it decides to do so, can extend. I'm going to ask Ms. Pena to keep our call to the audience timer at 2 minutes instead of our usual 3 minutes, so that we can get through as many items as we can. tonight. So we'll have a 2-minute time limit tonight for our call to the audience. And I will turn it over to Mr. Romero to lead us in kind of the expectations on call to the audience.
Dr. Ravi, before we do that, we skipped over item 4, board member activity reports.
We did skip over board member activity reports. Thank you for the reminder here. I'm trying to do everything on one screen remotely, so it's hard to go back and forth. So we'll get back to call to the audience in one moment with those things in mind. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Romero to lead us through the board member activity reports for anyone who wants to discuss what they've done in the district over the last 4 weeks.
All right, who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Right.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Do appreciate your presence here. Just real briefly, Dr. Shaw and my colleagues in the TUSD community, we're getting close to the end of school. I think I was told that there's 24 days left, actually, or 23 school days left, not including weekends. So there's a lot going on. I myself took tours of Sabino High School, Gale Elementary, Tulsan, Pister Middle School, McGee Middle School, and Ochoa, which I actually was joined with Mr. Romero this morning. Want to thank Mr. Amadan, Ms. Oslo, Mr. Ryan, Ms. Grunnels, Mr. Casillas, Mr. Muick, and Ms. Duarte for all the principals and the assistant principals for their time. They're very busy people, and they take the time out of their day to give us a tour of their wonderful schools. Also, I'd like to mention that, towards the end of the year, there's a lot of fundraisers for different clubs and groups and orchestras and bands. So if you have something going on at your school or your child's school and you can attend, I myself attended the Rincon Band fundraiser at Sauce Pizza. But wherever you are in your community and there's something going on, I highly encourage you to support them, as well as the booster clubs and the site councils, because they're always needing people. And then lastly, I also did attend the Tucson High Assembly, which was a lot of fun. And I did enjoy all the baby powder that was being thrown in the stands. So good job, guys. Thank you.
Ms. Extra?
Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to include my last month's activities since I was remotely last meeting. So I was happy to tour Oyama with Principal Christofferson. We had a great discussion. We talked about all of the school's improvements over the years. In addition, Oyama has a wonderful preschool program and a self-contained autism class. And as someone who knew Mr. Hank Oyama, he would be so proud of the amazing work that they are doing. I also got to finish out Love of Reading Month at Ochoa, Maldonado, and Grijalva Elementary Schools. I would also like to thank Rem Kiewit and Heather Norbrock for giving me a tour of Shoemaker Infant and Learning Center. It's always wonderful to see younger children learning and thriving in their classroom environments. I believe that early childhood education is the key to starting off in the right direction. I also was able to attend the Mission View School 100-year celebration, where my dad and my tias and Theo attended school there, and my nana also worked there. I attended kindergarten, and it was so great to see this school thriving after years of them fearing school closure. So thank you to Mission View. This month on the 15th, I got to spend my morning at Lineweaver Elementary for their spring festival. It was a warm but beautiful day, and all of the students had a lot of fun. Last week, I was invited to Monzo Elementary School to judge their Earth Day school lunch recipes with our regional superintendents, Shauna Rodriguez, Richard Sanchez, Mark Alvarez, and Brian Lambert, as well as our communications director, Leslie Lenhart. And thank you to Leslie Aguilar, Director of the Food Services, for the invite. We were able to judge 2 dishes that the 5th graders came up with. The first was a rainbow grain bowl, and the winning recipe was a pasta de pesto dish that will be featured on the school lunch menu. Each recipe utilized ingredients grown in Monzo's garden, so it was just a wonderful hour lunch there at Monzo. Next, my husband and I attended the Legacy of Excellence Scholarship Dinner. Thank you to the Legacy Committee for hosting a wonderful event with great community support. Congratulations to the 10 students who received $6,000 in scholarships to the schools of their choice. It was a very uplifting event, and I was glad to be a part of it. And lastly, I was able to visit Andy Tolson Elementary. Thank you, Principal Wilson, for the tour and all of the teachers who opened their classrooms to me. It's such a wonderful campus. And as I tour these schools, I will continue to say, please, please tour as many schools as you can and find the right one for your family, because I guarantee there will be a right one for your family. Thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I wasn't able to visit any schools this last couple of weeks because of work obligations. However, I did attend the Legacy of Excellence scholarship event this weekend with my daughter, and it was just so inspiring to see all the students who were honored with the $6,000 scholarship, to hear their stories and, you know, where they'll be attending this next school year. And so just congratulations again to those awardees, and also to our staff members who organized that event. I did have the chance, though, to speak at the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom Tucson chapter working group. These women are very politically active, and they'd like to get involved in our district to help with our literacy efforts. And so I kind of talked to them about, you know, how they might do that. Next, I'm excited to visit Warren Elementary this week for their Special Olympics ceremony and some of their events. Thank you to Principal Ronsman for reaching out and inviting me. Finally, as a point of privilege and to follow up of my board report last time, I just want to mention that my daughter was published this month in Bear Central News for Kids about her SARSEF experience. And I just, for all the students out there, or parents or grandparents, this is a great opportunity for professional development and leadership that Bear Central News offers us. For any student in 3rd grade through 8th grade can become a young reporter for Bear Central News for Kids. All you have to do is sign up and then write things and submit them. So it's a fabulous opportunity, and please take a look at that if your child is interested in writing or anything of that nature. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll give my report here real quick. Had a few schools. Went to Principal Eric Yulberg at Borton Magnet Elementary with their daily morning ritual, including the pledge, jumping rope, kids playing, lots of laughter, and good 80s music. Also went to visit Principal Luke Van Schie at Mansfield Middle School. Definitely one of the tallest principals in the district, and I received the red carpet treatment there. Mansfield Cafeteria Auditorium was breathtaking, and I found it was one of TUSD uniform schools. Also had a chance to visit Roberts Naylor K-8 Principal Bernadette. I'm just going to say Principal Bernadette because I'm going to mess up her name. And it was all about the familia at Roberts Naylor. And you could feel that culture from the teachers, staff, and the students. Very diverse campus. Unfortunately, I was tardy for my school visit, so I got to spend detention time. I think it's on my permanent record. Principal Thomas Heminger at Henry Elementary. Come to find out, Henry's Elementary mascot is the Gila Monster. Principal has a phenomenal team and an awesome MTSS team working with him to keep our K through 3 students learning those core topics as not to fall behind. Found out Henry Elementary and I both celebrated 51 years, that they had the opportunity to, and I also had the opportunity to meet their entire 3rd grade class one by one on their way in from recess. Principal Lucinda Burkhart of Bloom Elementary got to have great conversation. A very knowledgeable principal, great team support. Her passion and commitment to her students was top notch. Got to visit Principal Bobby Estrella at Saguaro. So to start off, we found out we went to TUSD school together for a short period. Bobby was in kindergarten and I was in 1st grade at Lyons Elementary. So that was a few years back. Wonderful school visit. I learned a lot of the challenge principals deal with at the high school level. I spent an hour and a half with Bobby and have a better appreciation for the work high school principals and teachers go through on our high school campuses. As Miss Luna Rose mentioned, I had a chance to visit Ochoa. Principal Rosa Maria Duarte Rob had an opportunity to visit the school with the Q campus, had an opportunity to see their tortoise, saw their chickens, toured their fantastic garden, and got an opportunity to participate in the monthly fire drill. Principal Kelly Mack at Blenman Elementary School was greeted by a fantastic office team, and they didn't tell me to say that. They were. Toured another beautiful campus surrounded by great staff and teachers, very well maintained with very diverse student body. And Principal Dr. Norma Gonzalez and Michael Beck at Catalina High School learned a lot about Catalina in their career in technical education. They offer construction, metal fabrication, and an awesome culinary arts kitchen. Better than most restaurants in town. It reminded me of a kitchen you would see at a resort. They share their campus with lots of other TUSD programs, one of them being Cole, and their campus is highly used venues because of their location and will host 200 to 250 community events throughout the year. Also a beautiful auditorium. And finishing up, one of the newest official principals, Principal Nathalie Satine at Doolin, had her entourage, which included Michelle Gower, Miss McCorkle, a mentor of hers, and Richard Sanchez. Another beautiful school. This one was built in 41. Got a chance to listen to the orchestra during their practice. Awesome common area. And meet a retiring 8th grade teacher, Mr. Yoakum. He will be graduating after 31 years. And one last bit of business. I had a radio interview with Christy Simone on 1030 KVOY. Wake Up Tucson with items going on TUSD. Dr. Shaw, it's all you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero, and for all my colleagues in the governing board for all your time and energy, just being present on our campuses, supporting our events, and really supporting our district and the work you do. My board member report starts early on this month when I attended the National School Board Association Conference in Orlando, Florida, with my board colleague, Ms. Luna Rose, and our board superintendent, our school district superintendent, Dr. Trujillo. And it was a really great conference, my first time attending the NSBA conference in person. And I learned a lot during that conference. It was 3 very intense days, and I attended sessions including a session on student engagement and how to have students being heard to leading in school decisions, a session on dress code and equity, which is really important as we update our own code of conduct, which we'll be discussing later on tonight. Attended a session on the science of reading and curriculum adoption, and a really great database presentation on retaining our teachers in different school districts around the nation. Attended sessions on legal trends and parental rights and legal and judicial and federal standing of trans athletes, and best practices for summer learning experiences for our students. And finally, a session on hearing other districts' experience with their bond election last year. I also appreciated some great keynote sessions, including from former first daughter, Jenna Bush Hager, who's a former school teacher, and talking about her experiences, as well as Abbott Elementary star Janelle James, who plays the school's principal, one of my favorite characters on that show. So it was great seeing them talk about their experiences and what led them to where they are now. And back in Tucson, I was able to chaperone Tucson High's prom on a Saturday night 2 weeks ago. That was a great experience. I really was happy to be there to support the students and make sure that everyone had a safe and wonderful event that night. It was great seeing everyone dressed up for that event and really enjoying the entertainment. And I also was able to take my family, my 3 kids, to the superintendent's concert last week at Catalina High School to hear teachers as well as students perform musical numbers in honor of our superintendent and especially our district's investment in arts and music education over the last couple of years. So that's been my time supporting our district on site. And so thank you again to my governing board member colleagues for all of your work on our sites. Mr. Romero, I'll turn it back over to you for our call to the audience. I already kind of gave that preview of a 2-minute call to the audience. And I know Ms. Pena has been working on making sure that we address issues fairly tonight. And we have a lot of comments that came through as well, and we'll save those to the end if we do get to that based on time tonight. And those can be emailed to us afterwards as well. So Mr. Romero, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Public participation at board meetings. Members of the public may speak during the call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read may email or call the board office to complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. The speaker must state their full name, topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 2 minutes tonight. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and are speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks, and because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware that there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board member wishes to respond to criticisms, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put up on a future agenda item. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. So our first call to the audience, I'm going to invite Adriana Molina, and then followed up by Sunday Hamilton.
Good to start? Okay. Good evening and hello everybody. My name is Megan Me Blush. I will be talking about Tucson High's drag show and defending drag. I am a student at Tucson High, and I think it'd be very important to inform you all about what drag actually is, because it seems that some people are not very educated in it or don't know a lot about it. And I think that's fine to not know things. It's just important to not be harmful with our ignorance. So, drag, first and foremost, is an art form. It is a form of self-expression. It is beautiful. It is creative. It is fun. And if you've never been to a drag show, I really think you should go to one. And like I said, it's an art form. It's a form of expression, like band, like regular art, like choir, like dance. It's no different from that, really. And it's nothing bad. It's nothing harmful. It has allowed me personally to express parts of myself that I have never been able to express. It has made me explore myself and grow more as a person. It truly is nothing bad. Nothing we aren't sexualizing anything. We aren't being perverted. It's fun. It's drag. And someone in the drag community, a very well-known person, Trixie Mattel, once said that drag is like movies. Some of it's made for kids, some of it isn't. And I think that is very, very accurate to not only drag, but to so many other things. And so I really implore you all to broaden your knowledge about drag before making any harsh and harmful decisions. And if you need to go to a drag show, Tucson High is holding a drag show this Saturday from 6 to 8, and it'll be held at Tucson High. Thank you all so much for your time.
Sunday Hamilton, followed up by Sharon.
Hello, board. Sorry. My name is Sunday Hamilton. I use they, them pronouns. I come to you today as a parent of 3 kids within TUSD, as a TUSD school counselor at Tucson High School, and also as a sponsor of the Q Space group that is putting on the drag show this Saturday from 6 to 8. You are invited. There was question about who is doing this. Was it the board organizing? No, it's me. I yield the rest of my time to her.
Hello, my name is Jay Kanzerski. I'm a senior at Tucson High Magnet School, and I'm here because there's a lot of discourse over my school's club event. It's not just me. There's so many people here to show their support. Previous meetings and in Tucson, we have been called predators and groomers, said that we dance and dress provocatively, when everything at this event and last year's event is school appropriate. The dancing, the music, the clothing, it's all school appropriate. All things that have been previously approved for theater, dance clubs, cheer, prom. So let's be honest, it is not about the event. It is not drag. There is so much transphobia and homophobia in this community and in this country. And it's not about the kids, because we are the kids. We started this club to have a safe space to be able to learn and grow about our history and our community together. And we plan the drag shows as a way to express ourselves through art. I urge you all to really think. And if you all choose to go through with this bigotry and stop this event, you are hurting so many people in the process. And it's not just us in this room, it is the generations of kids after us who will be shown that they have no place here. You have the power to either set yourselves apart from the hate or end up hurting so many in the process of keeping the peace.
Time. Okay. So next up, we have just making sure that was Sharon, right? Was that Sharon, or was that someone else? No. Oh, Jane. Okay, so we have Sharon and then Chelsea. Chelsea Farrar. So we have a Sharon. No. Okay. Chelsea Farrar and then Cheyenne.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Farrar, and I live in the TUSD district and have two amazing children who attend TUSD schools. I'm here today to call upon the school board to follow through on the creation and publishing of the website for LGBTQ students and parents. This site was a compromise in offering resources to support students and their families in the district. While this digital resource was voted on and approved by the school board, was created and written by the Office of DEI for reasons that have not been transparent to the public, this site remains unpublished. There is a growing legitimacy divide that continues to be played out in public and sadly within the school district. For our students to feel legitimate, they need to feel validated and justified in their existence. To have this topic come up year after year in this setting, starting with the family life curriculum and now with the student drag performance, you continue to allow a debate about the legitimacy of human beings. These human beings who are your teachers, staff, students, and family members. When we debate about the legitimacy of a drag performance, we are allowing adults to say that some art is okay, some people are more valid than others, and some forms of expression and being are shameful and even criminal. You cannot erase queer people from your school district, and yet your passive silence and refusal to act on these topics communicates to your community that this board is comfortable with that attempt to erase. For the students whom you serve, to see those in your position to choose to stay silent and comfortable is especially harmful, violent, and dangerous. So I call upon you to publish the website and publicly voice your support for the student-created drag show. This is not a radical request. It is the bare minimum of your responsibility to serve these students and stand with them while they fight for their legitimacy, a fight they should not have to do.
Next we have Cheyenne and Rebecca Zappian. Cheyenne? Okay, Rebecca Zappian. Followed up by Erica McDaniel.
Buenas noches, TUSD Governing School Board and community members. My name is Rebecca Sapien. I live in TUSD. I'm here tonight to speak on the long-awaited resource website center for LGBTQ youth and families within TUSD. Over a year, sorry, Chelsea just said it so perfectly, this feels redundant, but it's important. Over a year ago, a group of folks made up of district and community members came together to create a framework for a resource center to serve TUSD youth and families. For some reason that were not publicly disclosed, the resource centers never came to be. A dedicated space for community resources for youth and families on the TUSD website was offered as a compromise. Despite this, we have yet to see any movement from within the district to bring this to life, and the virtual site is being held by the district's communication department. Year after year, we see the compromise that TUSD continues to make at the expense of vulnerable students. We see this in family life curriculum, the lack of public support for district projects and student events like the student-run drag show, and school options for queer and trans youth and their families. Erasure can look so many different ways. It is especially violent when upheld by the very people who say they stand in solidarity with the children and youth they are serving. I ask you tonight to publish the website, protect our community events like the drag show, and consider again dedicating resources to create a community resource office for queer and trans youth. And lastly, nothing says solidarity with our most vulnerable populations like removing police from schools.
Erica McDaniel, followed up by Jay Kandaruski.
Good evening, Governing Board and community members. My name is Erica McDaniel. I'm a parent in the district. I have 2 kids who've attended TUSD schools. I'm going to try to condense what I have here to say. Here's the bottom line. Queer and trans people exist. We have always existed. We are not much different than any of you at the end of the day, despite what rhetoric some may buy into, and we're not going anywhere. Queer and trans youth, young people exist. They have always existed. They are not much different than any other young people, despite what rhetoric some may buy into. They are not going anywhere. It is our job as adults, as educators, to support all youth. Let me say that again. It is our job as adults, as educators, to support all youth. Drag is performance art, period. It is as old as the day is long, and it is not the problem. In fact, for many, it is the solution. A way of grappling with the state of our world, with gross inequities that exist for so many, with homophobic and transphobic zealots working tirelessly to criminalize our very existence. Drag is revolutionary. It is consciousness raising. It is celebratory. It is fun. Those who want to paint it in another light have a larger agenda, and it is not one of inclusivity, nor of humanity. TUSD has an obligation to support all students. Don't fail them. Show them that you have their backs. Show them that the adults in their life are right there next to them, envisioning a better future for them. A future where everyone has a seat at the table. Please show your support for the students who are so earnestly and open-heartedly organizing an evening of fun, celebration, and resistance. Also, please make good on your promise to create a resource page for LGBTQIA students on the TUSD website. Why has that not happened yet? Thank you.
Jay Kanzerski, followed up by Teresa Ula.
Hi, again. Sunday had yielded their time to me, but if you'll allow, I have a couple more points to make. I have been hoping and waiting and planning my dance and my choreography since last drag year, our last drag event last year. I was planning on doing no scrubs, and I would like you to please again really think about the impact that you can have on this community and really on the country by setting the example and setting yourselves apart from the countless of bills that are being placed right now against drag, against the LGBTQ plus community, against acceptance. I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Rhode Island. It's a very, very small state. But moving here, I found my community. I was able to come out, and I was met with an embrace of people who understood me. And I feel like we're taking a step back. Not everyone could come tonight, but I think I speak for everybody when I ask you to please really think about this, about how you guys could help so many kids. And really, it could be someone in your family who just doesn't have the courage to come out and tell you. Thank you.
Teresa Ula, followed by Shirley Maddox.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Ulloa. I'm Adrian Molina, Megan Me Blush's mom. And I'm here for many different reasons. I'm a parent of TUSD. Adrian is one of 3 sons of mine who are all in TUSD students. I've been part of their TUSD experience their whole life, as they've been TUSD students their whole educational careers. And to be honest, I didn't prepare anything to speak to you about particularly because I don't know what to talk to you about. There's so many different things happening right now in regards to my son, in regards to his performance, or in regards to what he stands, the community that he stands for, the support that he's asking for, the support that he's needing, and the attention that he's been given, and the or lack of. So I really don't know what to say. I was trying to prepare and figuring out what to say to you guys tonight, and I was looking at your board, I believe they're your values, and it says like student centeredness, caring, diversity, collaboration, innovation, accountability. I haven't experienced any of that in this time that we've been talking about this Tucson High Drag show. I was not met with any of that the day of the drag show performance this year. That went fine last year. We didn't have any questions. We didn't have any complications. We didn't have any issues last year. And this year it was a completely different experience, and no one's been able to explain to me why. Even after submitting a complaint, even going to your 1010 office, this is a week, more than a week later, and I still haven't heard anything from anybody about any of this. So I'm not sure how to address anything to you guys if you guys still haven't addressed anything to me.
Shirley Maddox, followed by Valentina Burris Butner. Shirley Maddox. No Shirley?
This is Valentina.
Valentina, okay.
No, you don't want to? You wanted to earlier? Okay, what do you want to say? My name is Valentina. I go to Davis Bilingual School.
I want to because it can show how good you are at performing.
I want the drag show to happen because it can show how they're performing. How good they're performing. Anything else? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Brad Rawlings, followed by Annabelle Guptill.
Yatehe, my fellow digital immigrants. And yatehe to all of you digital natives. I'd like to say something. My people, the Dene people, came here thousands of years ago. My family from the dominant culture came here about 400 years ago. And I was captured by them, by their love for me and my love for them. And when a child is born into that world, traditionally, if it's a boy, you hold that boy up and you tell the holy people it's a boy. If it's a girl, you hold that girl up and you put your left hand behind her head and you tell the holy people it's a girl. And there are ceremonies that are go back for thousands of years. Some of these are very sacred kinds of events in a child's life as it grows up. And I know that about 100 years ago or more, that children in the Dene people's world were taken from them, taken from their families, and put on into boarding schools where they were to be civilized and assimilated into the dominant culture. And I see parallels between what happened then and what's happening now. But that being said, I'd like to say something that there's a cultural dimension to this, where in the Navajo world, I told them that I cross-dressed and all this a few years ago. And what I learned is that there are men who have feminine characteristics or motivations, and there are women. And you know what we are? We're special. There's not a stigma attached to us, whereas the dominant culture does that. And I'll go on to that next time. Thank you.
Mr. Romero, we're at the 20-minute mark.
I'm sorry?
We're at the 20-minute mark.
Okay.
Thank you, Yolanda, for letting us know about that. So the governing board has a couple of options here tonight. So how many more comments do we have?
So we have a total of 35, and we only had 11 that were read.
Okay, so we have a number of comments, and I understand from Ms. Pena's conversation with her earlier that they're all related to Saturday's drag show. Is that correct, Ms. Pena?
Yes.
And so, so the drag show and anything related to the drag show is not on the agenda tonight. For us, there's no decision that we're making tonight regarding the drag show. It's not something that's in our purview to do anything about at this point. And so, so we're done with the scheduled time for the call to the audience, and I'll defer to the board on what we want to do moving forward.
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
I'd like to move to extend the call to the audience.
I like.
For a specific amount of time, Ms. Shaw?
Another 25 minutes, at least.
Second.
All right. All right, so there's a motion to extend call to the audience for 25 more minutes. Thank you. And we have a second by Mr. Romero. Any further discussion by other board members? Seeing none, all those in favor of extending the call to the audience an additional 25 minutes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item passes 5-0, so we'll extend the call to the audience another 25 minutes. And I understand from those number of comments that are still outstanding, does that include the written comments, or is that only the in-person comments?
These are all in person, Dr. Ravi. But there's only two at the end, or there's a few at the end to be read, but at most up to 32 is in person.
Okay, so we extended an additional 25 minutes. Okay, thank you. Ms. Moreau, the floor is back to you.
Annabelle Gupto, followed by Magdalena Escobedo.
Good evening, governing board and community members. Right here. If you're gonna film me, you could just film me. It's all right. My name is Annabelle Guptill. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a teacher in the Sunnyside School District. But my dad grew up in the Tucson Unified School District. My grandparents taught at Pueblo, Utterback, Thicket, and Aliceville. All right. I'm gonna read a short piece by a poet from New York. Her name is Ian Field Stewart, and she writes, I have one simple thing to say. Transphobia ends today. And it doesn't end because your nonprofit made a grant off it. It doesn't end because you put a trans flag on your credit card. It doesn't even end because you said to your white family that trans lives matter. Misgender us to your friends. Transphobia ends today because if you ain't with us, you are learning today what it means to be against us. I yield my time. Hello, my name is Piranha. I was an elementary, middle, and high school student at TUSD, and during that time, I began doing drag in middle school. I was not coerced in any way to do so. Thank you very much. It was all my choice.
And by doing drag, that saved my life. I faced transphobia and homophobia every day at school. It was horrible. And if I did not have drag in my life, I don't know where I would be. Drag saves lives. And we need to make a stance that we understand that we know that this is an art form like any other, and through art, we can change lives, we can save lives, and by making a stance, we show all queer people that we love and care about them. By opposing drag in school, you are opposing trans people, you are opposing queer people of all kinds, and you are showing us that you do not care about us. It absolutely is true. If you care about me, then you should understand that this is what we need. You should understand that this is exactly what saved my life. Do you understand? Drag saved my life. What do you suppose I could have done with my life other than this? This is my art. This is my world. This is everything to me. It may seem silly to you. I'm a clown. I'm a clown. It looks silly, it sure does, but this is my everything.
Time. Dr. Trio?
Yes, Governing Board Clerk Romero, just a couple of procedural notes. I just want to remind all the speakers that we want to make sure that there's no two-way conversation going. And then two, we want to make sure that we're addressing our Governing Board directly for the remainder of the call to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you. We have Magdalena Escobedo, followed by Dr. Alex Carmen.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Magdalena Escobedo. First off, I do not consent to being recorded by any cellular devices. That's incredibly disrespectful.
Dr. Trio? Please, I'd like to call the meeting to a pause right now. We are out of order.
Ross to weigh in terms of the legal guidelines for the recording in a public space.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. This is a public meeting under the open meeting law, and the public has a right to record what is occurring here under the statute. So,
Dr. Ross? Bob Ross? Do they have right to do that?
if the board believes it's disruptive, the board can take action.
It's fine. I'm ready to begin.
Real quick, I'd like to
I fully support this. If she does not want to be recorded, she does not have to be recorded.
Dr. Trujillo, the thing I have here is some people are going to stand up, other people are going to stand up. We can have, we have seats, we had spots where we all had. I would like everybody to please go back to where you are. We're trying to be respectful here of everybody that's here. Whether what your side you are on or not, we're here to listen to everybody here. If we can't have civil dialogue here at a board meeting here for the TUSD school, it's going to create more animosity within our community, which is already polarizing. I wish everybody would be as respectful as possible during this meeting. So if you guys could please go back to where you were when we came into this meeting so we can complete this meeting. We wanted to get as many people to talk, and we voted to that.
No, I disagree. I would like them to stay there. She has clearly stated she does not want to be recorded by the individuals with their phone. Please allow her to speak. She has 2 minutes. Let's just move forward, please.
All right, go ahead. She has her 2 minutes. Please, everybody else needs to be quiet.
Magdalena, please go.
Thank you, Governing Board. My name is Magdalena Escobedo. I am a former teacher with TUSD. I worked as a teacher in the year of 2009 and briefly as a speech pathologist in 2013. And I am here to voice my unequivocal, unconditional, positive regard and support for the LGBT members of our community, especially the children attending TUSD and other educational institutions. I am here to speak on behalf of them and support their dignity and their human rights and their right to exist as they are, free of bigotry, free of ignorance, free of harm. I urge the board to consider the dignity and well-being of our children based on the actual evidence, based on their lived experience, and not based on uninformed bigotry. I am here to support the lives of our children. Our children deserve to live. Our children deserve to live. Our children deserve to live. And I will do everything in my power to prevent our transgender children from being genocided or harmed or told that they don't matter or told that they do not deserve to exist. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
It was hard for me from the outside to really see what's going on. Do we need to have a break in our meeting at this point? Do we need to call a recess?
I think we can continue. Yes, we can continue, Dr. Ravi.
Okay.
Dr. Alex Caraman and then Rodrigo Calleros.
Hey, my name is Alex Kerriman. I'm a college and career counselor and site test coordinator and girls soccer coach and summer school coordinator at Sabino High School. I normally don't like using my doctoral title, but I chose to use it today because my bachelor's, my master's, and my PhD are all in gender and women's studies, of which I am very proud. So I'm here today not only initially as an accomplice of the amazing trans and gender nonconforming and non-binary and queer folks behind me, but also as a queer person myself. When I started at Sabino, all of our LGBTQ students quickly figured out that Dr. K is the person to go to if you want to be able to talk about issues that you're having at school and be fully supported. And as a result of that, I've had to sadly sit through too many conversations where students are coming to me and repeating what they overheard from other students at the school, that they've heard people say things like, I wish all they thems would kill themselves, or people saying things like, I don't mind gay people, but they should be required to tell me ahead of time so I know to be careful, and comments and comments and comments like this. So to draw some connections to other topics that are on the board meeting today, two in particular, the code of conduct and the budget, I will say this. Our code of conduct currently doesn't allow us to have any sort of disciplinary action for students who say offensive, derogatory, hateful things unless they are directed at a student who identifies with that. So when I call those kids into my office, all I can do is ask them and say, please don't say that. We have no punishments on the books if it's not directly targeted in a discriminatory way to a specific person, right? Yet the survey you sent out to us just asked us whether or not we think our existing rules are harsh enough or too harsh, which sounds way too much like Tom Horn to me, in my opinion. All right. So we're hemorrhaging kids. You have a $2.7 million of losses because of kids leaving the district. Well, it's the trans kids and the queer kids and their parents that are pulling them out. And if somebody's going to leave my school, I want it to be the bigoted kids. They can go to Vail. They can go to Marana, where these people are from.
Rodrigo Ceballos. Rodrigo.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rodrigo Ceballos. I'm a family physician, a doctor, and a father of two children who I've had the privilege of having them go to TUSD. Two of them have gone to Tucson High. I went to the drag show last year, thought it was great. Amazing art show, amazing skills. I am just basically here voting with my voice, voting with my presence, by being a father, by being someone who's a Pima County taxpayer, proud citizen of Tucson, who's just here to say that I'm here as a father, and that I really hope the drag show happens. That's about it. I've had the privilege of working with the Department of Veterans Affairs, where I've been able to work with a lot of older veterans who have finally come out, and the stories that I've heard from them having lived their lives, trying to be able to fit in through all the service that they've done, so much sacrifice that they've made on behalf of their country, that a lot of times didn't accept them just for being who they were. And so it's been something that I've realized I should definitely show up when it's time to show up, and that's all I'm here for. So thank you.
Albert Levinson, followed by Tim Locks.
Good evening. My name is Albert Levinson. I'm the father of 2 TUSD students. One of my children was in Stacy Redondo's class, and he just lost his teacher. And TUSD lost a very good teacher. It's very sad. I'm here because I support allowing students to perform drag shows. I'm here because I support TUSD providing a resource page to LGBTQIA+ students on the TUSD website. TUSD is a public school, and public schools need to remain secular and not controlled by or influenced by religious zealots. My children and I have rights, and we call on the board to protect our rights by providing education that is free from the influence of religious extremists that are attempting to limit what TUSD provides. I am opposed to any faith-based parent council in TUSD and any attempt by either the superintendent or certain members of this board to establish such a body. This board needs to recognize our country is still fighting for civil rights, and that includes equal rights for LGBTQIA+ students and citizens. I hope the board recognizes how political influence has led to tonight and to those who are here to oppose drag shows and LGBTQIA resource page. I'm counting on the board to do the right thing and be on the right side of history.
Tim Locks, followed up by Marlene Alvarez.
Hello, my name is Tim Locks. Number one, I'm a Vietnam-era veteran. I served for 8 years. I'm also a taxpayer. And for me, I don't care what people are into. I'm not transphobe. I'm not homophobe. I don't care what people want to do in their personal lives. We have sources of authority: parents, law enforcement, judicial, God, and our schools. Those are the things that form who we are. You know what?
Please, no conversation. Please, order. Thank you.
And I apologize to the gentleman for making a little comment a little earlier. Okay, these sources of authority is what forms our personality. We're not on the same page as we were when I grew up. Okay, I do not. My big problem here is the use of a TUSD resource and staff. I'm a taxpayer on a weekend. Why are they can go anywhere and do this. I don't care where these shows are. I don't care who's involved. I don't care what they do. I don't want to cram down. I have a stepson who's a junior in high school, and I have a grandchild who's in elementary school. I'm just absolutely opposed to tax dollars being used to open up a school on a weekend for an activity like this. This is not a school event. It's a personal whatever, and they can do it wherever they want to. So I'm going to say to you and to all the people down here, Cut the crap, crap being an acronym for culture, race, and American politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Marlene Alvarez and then Justine Wadsack.
Unless there's a Marlene Alvarez, I'm Marlene Avellino. I use she and her pronouns, and I'm a parent of a Ross Grouch student. I'm speaking today in support of publishing the list of resources for queer youth and parents, and in support for the drag show at TUSD. It really feels like the bare minimum that could be done, publishing a list on a website, the most innocuous and sad effort. I also don't understand why that hasn't been done. My daughter's only in first grade, and I am very hopeful for her future and all the full spectrum of choices that the world has to offer her. And I trust TUSD with her education, which is the biggest trust I can put in anyone. And I hope that you can stand up to the visible pressure that is in this room, in this city, in this county, in this country, in this world, and do what you all, most of you, know is right. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Kirk, and I'm here on taking Justine Wasack's extra minute for my total of 3 minutes. Other people have taken time. Just want you guys to think about it. Does it work out?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So with Justine's time, I should have 3 minutes, 2 of mine and plus 1 more. Several times I've referred to Chloe Cole, who speaks out publicly by cautioning parents and youth in Congress about the dangers of trans movement for children. Like Chloe, I wanted to be a boy. Please lower your voices if you're going to be in here. I wanted to be a boy around the age of 12 years old, but thankfully no one placed me on puberty blockers and testosterone at 13 or performed a double mastectomy at 15 like Chloe, who speaks out. Listen as Chloe describes side effects from her decision she regretted just 1 month later. I don't care that there are going to be people coming and dressing in various clothings at the school, but maybe you can think of a different name besides drag show, which is at common bars, regardless of the art behind it.
The problem with me starting it so young was not only that I couldn't consent, I couldn't really fathom the full picture of things. You know, I'll never be able to breastfeed. I'll never have that erogenous sensation in my chest back. I do hate to speak about it, but I'm experiencing.
Children cannot consent. At the start of my during my adolescent years, I was abruptly surprised how differently catching a football would feel. Since sports were part of my identity and developing breasts were uncomfortable and sore, this wasn't a good start to enjoying. I should have had an extra minute because we were giving time out.
So,
my whole speech has been ruined by people in the back. I do say that if Adelita would have been here, she would have been supporting it.
Hold on 1 second. So right now, everybody's been respectful to this point when another side is happening here. We cannot be having this disrespect. Other people were not talking when other people were talking. Not to the extent that we're hearing it up here as a board. We want this to be a respectful place where we can have dialogue and conversation. Not everybody in this room is going to get along, and we're not expecting that right now. What we're expecting is dialogue with people on both sides.
Just keep it out of my school and don't give bar names. I'm not bringing titty clubs here now, am I?
Okay, so
no.
Moving forward, again, we don't want to address the group. We don't want to address the crowd. Please be respectful in this boardroom. Stephanie, I know you've got over here too, so I'll go ahead and let you have your 2 minutes next.
Thank you. I feel like the majority of it was interrupted, so I'm going to kind of go back one paragraph. Children cannot consent. At the start of my adolescent years, I was abruptly surprised how differently catching a football felt. Since sports were part of my identity and developing breasts were uncomfortable and sore, this wasn't a good start to womanhood. But I am thankful that I did not have school board ushering in a decision that 90% of children are going to regret. Ken Zucker, a psychologist and sexologist, said, if we just left the kids alone, they will settle into the biological identity around the age 18 or 19. I got a tattoo when I was 22, didn't want it 1 year later. Chloe Cole cut her boobs off. One month later, she didn't want it. Just Google her name, children. Americans have set standards in our society on the idea of age appropriateness for movies, language, books, video games, explicit music, internet access, and the idea of drag shows being found at bars, but now at schools are no different. Schools have the responsibility of keeping materials out of the hands of children. Both drag shows known to be found at these adult clubs are no different. This isn't a stab at your child's club. Your voices are still on. Or character, but perimeters set forth since we are the adults and you are the children. Children can embrace their gender confusion without the drag shows. And in the news, you know what? Drag shows are not being portrayed as well, very well. Children have very malleable minds, and as the board sits up here and supports something that a child may decide at the age of 12 just because she doesn't like her boobs, like me, and because she has more, not feminine traits, but masculine traits that she may want to transition. Transition is no fun. It doesn't mean that if you're attending a drag show that you will transition, but it may have some influence, and I wouldn't want to be that board member.
Robert Wallace, followed by Amy Bratton Gafford.
Hello, my name is Robert Wallace, and I'm here with Gays Against Groomers. I'm here as the state chapter lead to shine some light on what's happening with this drag show. I think there is so much of a strong identification with our sexual orientation and our gender identity that we cannot separate ourselves from aspects of the culture, especially those that are born out of vice. And the drag shows, as anybody who knows who's been going to drag shows for any amount of time, is full of perversion, it's full of drug use, it's full of sexuality, and we can wash it down, we can make it kid friendly, but we're always going to go back to that's the direction that life is going to take you. You're going to move into the club scene with it, and you're going to bring that back and forth, and it's perverted. I also want to point out, I think it's very clear when it comes to decisions that when we get older and our brain fully develops and we realize a lot of things that we didn't know as kids and we mature, that we take on a much more serious attitude towards these things, that we have more understanding and discernment about these sorts of things. And I think the way that half of this audience or more has been treating people and behaving really points to the fact that the minds are not developed enough to be making adult decisions like integrating adult practices into a high school environment where it doesn't belong. They should be about learning. And as a gay person, I don't like the idea that people should say that every gay person wants this. This is a part of gay identity. It is a dark part of our culture. Some people have fun with it, but it is not, it's not appropriate.
Language.
It's not appropriate. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Romero, Mr. Romero, we're at the 25-minute mark.
25 minutes.
All right, governing board. So we've heard a lot of comments, and then almost all of them have been related to the drag show. Again, this is not on our agenda tonight. We have no decisions to make. I'm not sure if we want to continue hearing comments, if there's any new information that will be garnered by continuing our call to the audience, but I'll defer to our governing board members on next steps.
Dr. Shaw?
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, how many more calls to the audience do we have?
We have 10 in person, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to be read.
Okay. Well, since our agenda is not too packed today, and since this is a contentious issue and so many people came out to speak, I would like to make a motion to once again extend the call to the audience.
I would like to make a substitute motion to continue call the audience for those that are in person and to have those comments emailed to the board members that are to be read.
Can I make a substitution to a substitution, or how does that work out, Dr. Rowley?
We have no motion on the table right now that's been seconded.
I'll second Ms. Ekstrom's motion.
All right, so we have a motion to extend call to the audience for the remaining, I believe, 10, Mr. Romero, in-person comments.
Can I have a discussion real quick on that?
Sure. Now, this is a time if you want to make a substitute motion, you can make one at this point since we have a motion that's been seconded.
Okay, so if we do this, I want respect from everybody in this room. No comments to the speakers. Speakers are talking. If you can't behave yourself, I would like you guys to step outside if you want to have laughing and dialogue. I want to have order in this place. I'm not going to vote for it unless we cannot be respectful for everybody in this room. That's my motion on what we've got currently. It's just a respect in this room. It does, and that's what we're looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. So we have a motion to extend call to the audience for the additional 10 in-person comments and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 5-0 to hear the remaining in-person items for call to the audience.
Amy Barron Gafford, followed by Deborah Stroke.
Thank you, board, for this time. Good evening. My name is Amy Barron Gafford, and I'm a parent of 2 students in TUSD, an elementary age student and a high school student. I'm a United Methodist Church minister and healthcare chaplain. My work with people centers on finding connection through our common humanity. And my work as a parent and community member is supporting our young people as they discover their own unique expressions of their humanity. It is my job to not only support them, but celebrate them. Access to affirming spaces is critical to the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health of our young people. It is my hope that all people will feel and be safe and valued in Tucson, and this especially includes our children and our youth. I ask the TUSD board to uphold its responsibility to educate and to create a, quote, joyful, safe space for student success, unquote, as noted at the top of its district website. Part of this is celebrating and supporting students organizing and performing in the upcoming drag show at Tucson High, as well as working expeditiously to realize the commitment the board made to create a resource page for LGBTQIA students and its families on its website. Please adhere to Title IX and the federal non-discrimination policy and prioritize supporting all of the students and families it serves. Thank you for your time.
Deborah Stroke, followed by Casey Migrant. No, Deborah? Casey Migrant.
First, I want to know if there's any students that have speak that wanted to, and I'll leave my time for them. Otherwise, I'll speak.
I'm just going in order. And your name?
Hi, my name's Casey Migrant. I am a TUSD resident and former teacher. My children go to CFSD. I would be at their school board meeting tonight if it was not canceled. The school board received threats, and I am angry about that for similar issues. So the side that is remaining more quiet is have people on their side that are threatening school boards. And I want to thank the TUSD school board. You guys do not have an easy job with all these schools, all the parents. It's huge. You have so much bravery, and courage to do what you do and to listen to everyone. And I want to thank all of the students that have been here tonight. I went to Tucson High. Go Badgers. I graduated in 2005. And it's amazing that they have the ability to put on a drag show and express their art. It is the fine arts magnet school. It is the jewel of the TUSD district. And we went, my child and I went last year, and it was beautiful. It was amazing. And I have been promising my children for a year that we will get to go back. It might be federal or state law that forces the district's hand to cancel an event like this in the future, and I hope it's not. I am also a trans man, and there is no way I would have had the courage to transition while I was still teaching. I am fully disabled, and if I had known about the disabilities I have that are probably hormonal based, I could have started hormonal treatment as a teenager and still be able to teach children in the city today. Thank you.
Kate Meyer, followed by Harris Kornstein. Kate Meyer. Harris Kornstein or Kornstein.
Hi, my name is Harris Kornstein. I'm a resident of Tucson, a voter. I'm also a professor at the University of Arizona. I also am a board member of Drag Story Hour, which has received a lot of blowback. I'm speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of any organization. And I'll be brief. I'll just say that as a professor, I also study drag. I study Drag Story Hour. I study the educational potentials of drag. Drag teaches children about creativity. It teaches them about play. It teaches them about imagination. It teaches them about character, about narrative, about genre, about style, about aesthetics, about so many things. And as much as this is a war on our queer and trans youth, this is also a war on our imagination. It is an attempt by very narrowly minded people to make us fearful, to make us feel like we can't change the society to improve and advocate for social justice. And I simply want to say that I want my tax dollars, I want their tax dollars to be used for drag shows. I want not just one drag show a year. I want to see more drag shows because our students deserve that opportunity to express themselves and to express their artistry. So thank you very much.
Steve Marks, followed by Anissa Gonzalez. Okay. Anissa Gonzalez? Did I say that name right?
Hi, my name is Anaisa. I also go by Moon. And as a queer student of the TUSD district, it really broke my heart to hear about this ban. Drag is an art form. Drag is a form of expression, and more importantly, drag is not a crime. Our right to perform drag is protected under the First Amendment and should have never been placed under discussion to begin with. As a performer myself, in general, not even just a drag performer, I believe that any type of dance, any type of performance is a true art and should be able to be expressed within a setting of our peers, a setting of anybody who enjoys expression of art or expression in general.
Hi, my name is Avon Howard. I just wanted to talk in light of recent events across the country and spread a word about the Drag Defense Fund. So, drag performers in the LGBTQ+ community are facing threats across the country. In the face of these threats and censorship, you can fight back with the ACLU for the protection of our rights. The freedom to express ourselves in our gender identity and creative fuels and artistries across the country and culture, and drag is protected by the First Amendment, like any creative expression such as dance, fashion, and music. The ACLU Drag Defense Fund You can look it up on Google. Please just help any way you can.
Margot Wild and Philip Simuljan. Margot? Sure. Yes, go ahead. Introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Tracy Anderson. I'm a teacher with TUSD. I also have students in TUSD. And I feel like the obvious is being missed. If you don't like drag, don't go. I also would like to mention how we are more than happy to open our schools to churches on the weekends to do their thing, which is perfectly fine. However, we're suddenly having issue with opening a school on the weekend to do a drag show. Make that make sense. Beyond that, I know as a teacher, I have volunteered at school dances and we are not paid for that. So tax dollars are not necessarily funding this other than the use of an actual building, which we use for many things, as you see. So why are we still having this conversation about whether or not this is appropriate? Drag is art. It is something that people use to express themselves. My child has come out as non-binary. And to know that that could be put in question, her ability to be accepted in the district in which I teach is absolutely out of line. We are all people, right? We all have our ability to have whatever faith we believe in, but that faith does not belong in a secular school district. Policy should not be based on faith. That is your own personal thing. I do not adhere to any one faith, and I would not want to have anyone's biased nature put onto myself or my children. So simply again, don't go. Why is that so hard? You don't like it, don't attend. So I hope that the board, if you guys play a role in whether or not this continues and is able to happen, will fully support it, because those that don't agree can stay home and keep their children home. Thank you.
Philip Smilgan, followed by Margaret Cheney.
My name is Philip Smilgan. I'm an Arizona taxpayer, and I used to be a math teacher on a substitute basis for the Tucson Unified School District. 50 years ago, I was a student in a public school system in Tallahassee, Florida. And at that time, there was recently a successful campaign to remove any mention of God other than, say, the Pledge of Allegiance from the public school. And most people, including myself at the time, bought into that, not because of the flimsy First Amendment argument that was used to support it, but because of the argument that the school system should focus on things like reading, writing, math, and science. Well, now, 50 years later, there hasn't been a lot of improvement in math, science, and other scholastic teaching. And it's apparent that the reason for removing God from the classroom was to make way for cultural Marxism in all of its incarnations, such as critical race theory, queer theory, and you can hear it in the language that has been presented tonight: oppressor, oppressed, this kind of thing. And as a taxpayer, I just felt like I would feel like I was supporting this, or I'd be guilty of supporting it if I didn't come down and at least state that I think the schools should focus on the things that the schools are supposed to focus on, and not this. Thank you.
So Margaret Cheney. Go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, board members. My name is Margaret Cheney, the Tucson Education Association president, she, her, hers. We stand before you to show support for our students and parents, but especially for our LGBTQ students and parents who are not theories. We want you to know that the biannual NEA LGBTQ conference was held this past weekend, where this president attended workshops on everything from supporting healthcare needs for BIPOC and LGBTQ members to the Trevor Project and the work they have done on suicide prevention. We learned that LGBTQ youth face discrimination and victimization at a very early age simply for not fitting into society's gender norms, and that most wake up daily anxious about whether or not they are permitted to use the toilet and are told by hate groups that they shouldn't even exist. Fortunately, thanks to efforts from the Trevor Project, there exists a 988 hotline to connect with people who feel they have no future in this world, and that events such as drag shows do in fact have a positive impact on our youth. Ultimately, we hope clarity and a desire for equity will guide the inevitable decision-making. At issue is a minoritized student group that is seeking approval for an event that will help them feel less marginalized. So why not ask the same questions you would ask any other group? Is this a fundraising event? If so, how will those funds be utilized? How will the event be supervised and by whom? Volunteers or paid chaperones? How much will those chaperones receive? What is the venue? Will the space be large enough for the number of expected guests? Who are the guests and what is the age limit? If it's an all ages event, what are the guidelines for all ages? Will parent permission slips be needed to attend? In essence, are you asking the same questions of this group as you would the debate club or any other accepted student group? If not, why not? We take solace in knowing that board members are indeed here for all students and will continue to learn and grow from the experiences of students and employees from all spectrums of this district. Thank you for your time.
Yolanda? So just looking at it, that was our last speaker that we have on the list, but there is one, 34. It does say to be read, but it does say 9.1 Code of Conduct. Is that truly, I know that's one of our, is it truly that way or is it not?
No, it's not.
Got it. That concludes our call to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Romero, and just props on doing an excellent job running our call to the audience tonight. I am remiss, I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to attend this meeting in person since I'm here at a medical conference right now, but I do appreciate all the work that our governing board members doing on site there. So this is an opportunity for the governing board to respond to any criticism, ask items to be on a future agenda, or a clarification on an issue. I want to thank, I'm going to start by just thanking all the individuals who spoke tonight. I especially want to thank all of the students here tonight advocating for themselves and their colleagues. We always appreciate as a governing board hearing directly from our students in TUSD, and I'm so thrilled that so many were able to come here tonight. There was a comment earlier in the call to the audience about board silence on this matter. Since this item is not on our agenda, state law governs open meeting laws about only 2 members of our school board may comment on any issue that is brought up at the call to the audience. As I'm using my privilege tonight as president of the governing board to address this issue first, only 1 other member of our governing board may address this issue or be in violation of state law for breaking open meeting laws. And our silence at these meetings are not silence on these issues. Many members of the governing board have been advocating in every forum that we can for and in support of our LGBTQ students and staff, whether it's making sure that our health insurance benefits are covering gender affirming care and surgeries, which we had a change last year to support that, or working behind the scenes with our district leadership and others to make sure that there's safety and security at Saturday's event and that we're supporting students the best that we can throughout our district. And the reason why this is not on our agenda, many people have talked about getting permission or supporting this as a governing board, because there's really nothing for us to do as a governing board tonight. This is not on our agenda. We know as a governing board, we know as a district that having clubs and activities in our schools is really beneficial for our students. It helps engage students, enhances their experience and academic outcomes for those who participate. And the drag show occurring, the drag performance occurring at Tucson High this Saturday is part of an event put on by a student-led club. It's on a Saturday outside of any academic time. It's completely voluntary to participate, both as a performer as well as a member of the audience. So there really shouldn't be any controversy in a lot of that. It's really a club doing an event. But unfortunately, when we talk about drag performances, the discourse and rhetoric uses highly charged words that create false equivalencies among different types of drag performances. And we need to remember, as many of the members tonight in our call to the audience discuss, what a drag performance is and isn't. A drag performance isn't per se a burlesque show or a strip show. A drag performance is an art form where individuals perform in costume traditionally worn by members of the opposite gender. It's an art form. And a drag performance at midnight at a club or a bar is very different than a drag performance at 10 a.m. at a nonprofit's fundraising brunch event, which is very different than a drag performance at 2 p.m. at a library or bookstore with children present, which is very different than a drag performance at 6 p.m. led by students on a high school campus. The type of drag performance depends on the setting and isn't a one-size-fits-all, and we as a community should support students' rights to express themselves during a student-led drag performance. And unfortunately, that's not always the case. And I was proud to be elected as by our community in 2020 here in Tucson as the first openly gay member of our TUSD Governing Board. And as a family physician, I have been providing gender-affirming care to my community members since my first year of medical school 22 years ago this fall. And I want to specifically address comments about detransitioning because that comes up often. And we know from the statistic, less than 2% of transgender individuals who began gender-affirming transition reversed that transitioning process. And a very significant majority of those individuals detransition, cite lack of societal support for the reason of their detransitioning. So what does that mean? That means there's a simple solution. It means that we should love our trans community members, support our trans community members, and not attack them. This is the humanity and humanism that we can and should give to the LGBTQ community, especially our trans community members that are under attack day in and day out. And I was excited last year to attend the drag performance at Tucson High. I came with my 3 children, all of whom are TUSD students, and look forward to attending this Saturday's event to support our students. And I encourage our members of our community listening tonight to join us on Saturday in solidarity and support our students that are performing their arts and expressing themselves. And I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the governing board if anyone has any other comments.
Dr. Shaw?
Yes.
Yes, I would just like to address the LGBTQ website for students and why that hasn't been put up yet. So if we could get some information on that. And then I would also like to say that I remain a champion for the students of TUSD who identify as LGBTQIA. It is important to celebrate the diversity we have within our community and at the same time learn how we can be better allies. My support is unwavering, and I vow to always speak up on behalf of those who can't. I also vow to learn and grow in my role as a TUSD Governing Board member ally. You matter. LGBTQI lives matter.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. Is there anything else from our governing board members?
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Romero, and thank you to everyone who spoke tonight. First, I want to echo what's been said and ask staff to review the matter about publishing the LGBTQIA plus resources on our website, and I'd like to know why that has taken so long. I also want to thank Ms. Teresa for reiterating our district mission and how that supports some of our causes that we've discussed tonight. Let's see. Well, I guess that's all I can talk about now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, governing board members, and thank you, everyone, for
Dr.
really...
Shaw.
Yes.
Senator Rose.
Sorry. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that came this evening and also to the community members that came from the other school district. I know you had some issues this evening, so thank you for being here in support.
All right, so that will conclude our call to the audience tonight. Thank you everyone for being here. And since it is nearly 8 o'clock, I'm going to move us right along to our consent agenda. Dr. Trujillo.
President Shaw, members of the governing board, we would like to recommend the consent agenda as presented and agendized this evening, of course, with the pulling of item 6.2, which we requested during the agenda adjustments portion of the meeting.
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
I'd like to pull item 6.9.
Excuse me. We were supposed to do 8.1 after call to the audience.
Oh,
I don't know.
that's right. We had some items that
8.1 and
we moved up.
9.2 we were supposed to do after call to the audience.
Dr. Shaw, could we recess for about like 5 minutes to take a quick restroom break and stretch of the legs? Is that okay before we get into our business?
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to do a 5-minute break. And then thank you again for the correction. We'll be going on not to the consent agenda, but to item 8.1, then 9.2. Then we'll get back to the consent agenda minus 6.2 and then 6.9.
Well, just now I know if we've got one hiding down over there, then if I see a lot of people. Okay, we do have one. So we'll check it out. Okay. No, I think. Yeah. I'll make sure we pick it up.
I can't see. Is everyone back, or are we still missing any members?
I think we're missing
Missing Miss Shaw.
Yeah, can someone go find Miss Shaw? That'd be great. Go to sleep. All right, Dr. Shaw, everyone's here.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pena, for correcting me and to have us move on, a reminder to move on to 8.1. So we have an important topic here, community schools and pre-K update, projected cost and expenditures for school year 23-24. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Shaw, members of the governing board. I'd like to welcome our director for community schools and preschool programs in the district, Kivet, her program coordinator, Andrea Hudson, our chief financial officer, Ricky Hernandez. We're going to be asking the governing board to support an administrative proposal for some cost adjustments for our community schools programs. And I want to turn it over to the team at this point to get us started.
Good evening, board members. So I have the privilege of providing you just some financial information, just an overview presentation on the community preschool programs, just to kind of lay the foundation for some of what my colleagues behind me are going to talk to you about regarding some of the tuition requests. So just a background on what community schools are in general. So school districts are allowed to establish community schools in their school districts. In TUSD, our community schools department manages our before and after school programs, our preschool programs, and our infant and early learning centers. The tuition rates are all set by the governing board. Tuition is, for the most part, exclusively the revenue that is used to fund these operations. We can use M&O to only fund the salary for the director. We don't have any discretion besides that. Now, revenues come from a multitude of sources to fund our community school programs. I've laid them out there before, in front of you. All of those, in some way, shape, or form, contribute to the financial picture in our community schools programs. This is the financial overview of community schools. We separate community schools out from our infant and learning centers. We treat our infant and learning centers on their own since they are such a large operation out at Brickta and Shoemaker. This is the financial picture that we had at the end of March of this year. So even though we have a net that shows a deficit, this does not include expenses that will be removed from our community schools funds and be put into several grants that we've received from the Department of Economic Security to fund a lot of our childcare programs. So these numbers actually will move in the opposite direction as we get closer to the end of the year and we post all our final expenses. We will move expenses that are qualified and eligible into a lot of these grant programs that come from the state government. This will be both for community schools and the infant and early learning centers. But some things that affect the operations of both the IELCs and community schools, I have laid these out. Salary increase is the biggest one. Because these are self-sustaining business operations, anytime the board decides to make any movement or any increase in their salaries, these programs have to pay that. We have to make sure that we're actually compensating those individuals who work there for those increases based on the revenues that they have available. This year's increase cost the community schools department $392,000. This is all the retroactive pay and the increases. The second bullet says the cost increase unknown is spring 2022. it should be spring 2023 because we don't know currently what we're projecting in terms of any increases for the future, but any increases that may happen in fiscal year 24 again will have to be borne by the current budget capacity at the community schools departments. Any changes in benefits costs, anytime state retirement goes up, anytime insurance rates goes up, overhead costs are totally self-contained within both the community schools and IELC. So any utilities or facilities repairs have to be paid for again directly from the centers or the community schools programs. These programs are not eligible for the extracurricular tax credits because these are not schools. They are not considered K-12 schools. These are outside the scope of a traditional K-12 school because they're outside of the instructional time. Before and after school, IELCs for our pre-K students. They can, however, receive gifts and donations. I do know, being a former parent of a BRICTA student, that there is a gift and donations account at BRICTA, and individuals can donate to gifts and donations accounts that may be set up both at BRICTA, Shoemaker, or for any of the community schools programs. Now, all the tuition rates that the governing board and that the community schools department set need to meet all of these program needs. They need to be competitive. Obviously, we need to compete against our colleagues, other school districts, private providers. They need to be predictable. Obviously, parents need to be able to know how they need to budget their dollars, what they need to do to make sure that it's affordable and for them to keep their children in these programs. And they need to be sustainable. We need to make sure that whatever tuition rates that we set are something that we can actually make sure that we can continue going forward. And that goes with the predictability, being able to build a model to ensure that we can say that this is what the tuition is going to look like, not just year over year, but multiple years into the future, so that our families, current and future families who participate in these programs, can actually have a sense of security that they know what's coming down the pike in terms of finances. Just a quick update on the tuition subsidy. So the prior governing board approved a $2 million tuition subsidy for before and after school programs. This included the cost of providing payments for KidCo tuition for our TUSD students. Only about $500,000 was actually used out of this $2 million as of now. About $160,000 was used to offset tuition at 2 schools for before and after school. $340,000 approximately was used to offset tuition for KidCo, which is run by the city of Tucson, but only for TUSD kids participating in those KidCo programs. Now, one big factor is, obviously this tuition subsidy was a huge win for the community schools and for families. However, DES came in with a significant amount of money that helped offset salaries and benefits for these programs and the ILCs. So this large influx of dollars actually kind of came in and almost supplanted this $2 million in such a way that some of these expenses that we would have paid for out of these $2 million are being paid for to a certain extent by these DES dollars. However, this grant will end September of this year. So these dollars obviously will go away and we won't have that capacity. But we wanted to make sure that provide you a quick update on what that tuition subsidy looked like that you all approved last spring. And that is my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, friend. Okay, and so I'm going to give you an overview, just a very quick overview of our department in and out of the tuition programs. So next, oh no, not next slide, but okay, thank you. So we provide tuition-based preschool programming and before and after school care. We were honored to serve about 500 families this school year. The sites that we're located at are listed there for you and what they provide. The schools that have an asterisk, we are still in the process of reopening, so we're very close to opening some of those programs. We just need 1 or 2 more people to be hired so we can be fully functioning there next school year. So we're hoping over the summer we get to hire those people. So just a quick overview, we use creative curriculum for our preschool programs. All of our programs are highly rated as quality programs through Quality First. For the first time this year, our tuition preschool programs were offered Quality First scholarships for low-income families. So if families can't afford tuition, they can apply for a scholarship to help pay and subsidize that tuition. And then, of course, we have very engaging and relative PD to our staff that we're very proud of. In our after school and before school programs, we have something called MindWorks kits that we started implementing last year that have been really successful and effective in engaging students. Our programs are structured, engaging. We have stuff from cooking classes, they go on field trips, bowling, swimming. They participate in lots of wonderful activities across the district. And we run from dismissal to 6 p.m. So kind of to piggyback off of what Ricky was sharing, we had the DES stabilization and workforce grants that he referenced. And these are some of the things that we focused spending that money on. So we have come to you several times for approval. We are in the works this summer to get new playground and shade structures. We have huge lakeshore remodeling projects for every preschool classroom. I'll be back a little bit later tonight to talk to you about classroom renovations, materials and supplies. We paid out a stipend, a significant stipend. Our last payout was just this last week and covered payroll and benefit costs. So just to kind of walk you through the decision-making process here and why we're here today. So we obviously want to do some financial planning to make sure that we are secure in the upcoming years and that we're not dependent on TUSD financially. We've looked at all our expenditures, all the revenue sources. We know that we have increased wages that we're very happy and excited for our staff, but that increases the cost of our programs. The grants are expiring in September, and the district is no longer necessarily subsidizing. That $2 million isn't in a bucket for next year. So we need to increase our tuition costs, which we have not done since 2018. I also wanted to share some takeaways from some of the district data that we were looking at. So we worked with our enrollment ambassadors and some district personnel and learned that when leaving the district, when families decide to leave the district, childcare or lack of it in TUSD is not identified as a reason. Over 85% of families on a current district and or KidCo wait list is still attending a TUSD school. So they're not leaving because they are still waiting for an after-school program, which is great. And the highest percent of students leaving TUSD for charter schools, often Lehman offers a paid after-school program just as we do. So again, that's not necessarily a reason people are leaving. So here's our tuition increase proposal for the different types of programs we offer, full day, half day in preschool, before and after, and it's about a 20% increase. We broke it up by hour because we were, doing research and going to different websites, and we saw that those school districts and charter schools listed up there had their rates broken up by hour. And so, as you can see, even with a tuition increase, we are still much less than our competitors. We also learned during our research that many private child care programs and districts should plan to increase tuition for at least 5% each year to keep up with the costs. We also know that with our finance department, they ask us to always have a 1% financial cushion for potential payroll increases. So we also would like to propose tonight that moving forward, rather than us coming every year or two asking for a tuition increase, that we start to apply this practice and increase our tuition each year by 5%. What questions do you have for us tonight?
Dr. Shaw? Or Mr. Romero? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, both of you. My first question is a couple slides back for the increase. So the increase that we have up here, that is 5% increase?
No, this is actually a 20% increase.
Oh, so you're proposing a 20% increase?
Because we haven't increased since 2018. So it's been like for 4 or 5 years since we have done an increase. So that's why we're asking for such a large increase. And that's why we want to start, instead of doing that to families every few years and going high and big, it is predictable, sort of like Ricky said, and we can do it in smaller increments, and it's not such a big burden for families in the future.
Okay, so are you proposing then that we increase it by 20% every 5 years?
So I'm asking for 20% for next school year. So these rates for next school year, and 5% every year after that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask Ms. Kiewit and Dr. Trujillo, we don't approve the rate increases tonight. What are the consequences? Do we need to cut services, lay off staff, or what is the plan if the tuition increase does not go through?
All of that will happen because we will not be able to financially sustain our programs. So we would have to minimize where we're at. We would probably have to DIT or let people go. We would absolutely not be able to continue to run as is.
So our option seems to be not raise any tuition and reduce services and have less families served by our programs, or increase tuition to be able to maintain the level of services and number of families that can potentially be served by our programs here.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, is that Ms. Shaw?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Kiewit, so maybe this was in Mr. Hernandez's presentation, but the 1.5 million that we have not spent, that the previous governing board allocated 2 million to subsidize these costs. So if there's a remainder, do we plan on using that to subsidize the tuition, the alleged tuition rate? Or
Sure.
Yeah.
I believe that has been reallocated for next year, but I will pass it on.
Yeah, that $2 million, that the remaining balance of whatever is not used by the close of June 30th is going to be reallocated within the school district budget. The commitment that the board also made was for this school year. So, I mean, at this point, the direction that we have is that this ends June 30th.
Okay. And then I vaguely remember that that we passed, like, was it free after school or before school care, or maybe it was pre-K? If you could just remind me, for our staff children, is that
Yes,
still happening?
so we have been providing this year free childcare, so before and after school programming for all TUSD families. So both our employees and just our families who attend TUSD schools. So because of the grant and the 2 million allocation that was provided, we were able to do that. You all voted to do that for all of our community, and it's been a wonderful gift. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Trujillo?
Say that the administration supports the tuition increases for the following reasons. We don't have a state budget yet. We don't know what our revenue situation is going to be until the legislature finishes its work. Therefore, we don't know what kind of funding capacity there would be to subsidize. And also, as all of you know, the district is currently engaged in the negotiations process around compensation. Compensation for our employees is the largest and probably most important expenditure, and that's it's the largest. It's the most expensive. We don't know what the outcome of that's going to be yet. So I would encourage that if the board wants to consider subsidizing any more at any level, that we wait until the 40th day, come back, see what the financials are. I would recommend an approval now, and then obviously later in the fall, we can come back as we've done in the past and examine the financial capacity to continue the subsidy.
Section.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Was there a discussion that we were going to somehow subsidize utilities, maybe, perhaps?
So the good news is that the centers usually generate around 200,000 around that in utilities costs. We're going to be able to pick those up from the district's auxiliary costs, or our auxiliary fund. So we'll be able to lighten the load a little bit there with regard to utilities.
And then just another question: how many students receive the Quality First scholarships? Would you?
So it depends on the program, but we have over 500 scholarships in use across the district. The scholarships only are allowed to serve students birth to 5. So in our tuition preschool programs, our ILCs and our inclusive and PEEPS programs all have scholarships. And so we work very hard to fill about 500 each year.
Thank you.
Dr. Shaw or Ms. Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Romero. So my other question, my first question is, are parents aware of this potential hike at all?
We haven't talked to the parents about it, no. We usually wait to see what the board, approves or doesn't approve so that we know how to communicate with the parents. The ILC parents know that 2 years ago, we did a 15% increase for this year and then a 5% increase for next year. And we will likely be back next school year to talk about a tuition increase for the ILCs. So they are aware of it. But we have told families that this was this gift from the board was just for this school year, and that potentially this upcoming school year that they would be paying again, but we haven't said anything more than that.
Okay. Thank you.
So governing board, it sounds like we have, I would say, 3 options on the table tonight. If we decide to take action on anything, one option is to not increase costs, not support the tuition increase, and we don't have any additional funds to then be prepared to know that a lot of services will be cut. We can serve less families. We can not increase the cost, and then we can then move other funding sources like M&O into more subsidies, which will then mean we'll have less money available for our negotiations with our unions and employee groups and other things that we can and cannot do as a district if we have less M&O funding. Or we can increase the cost as presented here tonight, the increased costs into next school year, and then the requested set 5% increase for subsequent years, which if you go, I think the next slide or the slide after, that goes into our cost compared to other folks that still put us right here, that we still put us even after the tuition increase. And this is right, Ms. Kiva, this is after the proposed tuition increase, that we're still the lowest cost option for childcare in the region.
Yes, sir.
And, I have young kids, and so, and I have 2 kids who are in preschool right now, finishing up preschool, and we all know the burdens. We've all been through this, the burdens of childcare and the costs. And then I think we have a really important decision to make tonight. So what is the will of the governing board tonight?
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I wanted Dr. Trujillo to kind of go into the 40-day, and what do you think that would look like?
We would be back in October. We could also be back sooner depending on what the funding picture is with the state budget. So Obviously, the advantage of coming back at the 40th is your enrollment numbers are finalized, which then tells you exactly how much funding we're going to get according to what the legislative budget allots to K-12. If we come back sooner than that, we'll have a funding adjustment probably from the Arizona state budget. We just won't have the enrollment to go along with it. So I think October is probably the best time where we would come back and revisit. We've done these things in the past. I think this board has shown a good faith effort. We did this last year when the board kept its commitment to come back and revisit salary and compensation at mid-year. We did that. The board took action. So I think the public knows that if we set that expectation, we're pretty good about coming back.
So Dr. Ujeda, this means that we would approve the tuition increases so families can plan for higher tuition, but in case the budget looks stronger than we see today, meaning that there was an enrollment change at the 40-day mark, or there's additional funding from the state budget, that I hope everyone listening tonight is calling their legislature to advocate for additional funding coming to our public schools. That might mean that we can then lower tuition again in the future or subsidize more of the tuition costs if our own budget situation looks better than it does right now.
Absolutely, that's correct. By that point, salary and compensation packages will have already been voted on. We'll have a state budget. We'll know what our true financial capacity is going to be able to subsidize.
Dr. Shaw, I have a question for our presenters.
Go ahead, Mr. Romero.
So on this list that we've got up on the screen, how's most of the schools in here, was Sunnyside and Flowing Wells not put up there because they don't offer things like that?
No, we just stopped. I'm going to be honest. We're like, whoa, we're so much lower than everybody. This shows a pretty good picture. We didn't Google everybody, but my guess is that we would still be the lowest.
Okay.
Based on our experience.
Okay, and just kind of a follow up and agreeing with Dr. Ravi that you think we need to have something in place for this to be sustainable, but at the same time, if we stop, have a chance of possibly not giving our community these needs at an affordable price, I think we're going to be doing our community more of a disservice than doing small increase. And just with everything, there's always going to be small increases. I think talking about doing the 20 now, even though we should have done this beforehand, but moving forward we knew that, and having a small 5% increment so that they can budget, so they know what to expect. And they're not going to have their kids here forever, but the new ones coming in, they come at these new prices and they knew nothing differently, and it just seems like a small incrementals as we going. So I kind of like the option 3 that Dr. Ravi's been talking about.
So would you like to make a motion, Mr. Romero, to that effect?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation on this study item.
All right, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Can we add something into that motion about revisiting back at the 40th day in October?
There's no second motion yet, so we can continue working on what this motion looks like.
Okay. So if I can make a substitute motion, I would like to move to, with the increase as presented, with the caveat that we come back at the 40th day to see if we can make adjustments.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table made by Ms. Luna Rose and seconded by Ms. Ekstrom to accept the recommended tuition increases as presented, including the tuition increase for next year and a 5% increase for subsequent years, with a revision of this after the 40-day, at least at some point after the 40-day mark, and we know what our budget situation looks like.
Can I have a quick discussion, Dr. Shaw?
Yes, Mr. Romero.
So I just want to make sure so I know exactly how we're voting on this one. So say after the 40 days comes back and we're able to cover that 20% that we had, are we still having through this vote knowing that in the future we're still going to bump it up 5% every year moving forward?
Well, that's for us to decide. So we have a couple of things can happen. We can have lower enrollment and no improved budget from the state, and we're like, okay, we have no extra money to do this. We can have some great money coming in from the state or enrollment changes that lead to a stronger budget, and we might decide that doing subsidizing the cost of tuition increases would be the right way to spend that money. Or we can decide that we have extra money, but we have other priorities, and that's a decision that the governing board will need to make this fall.
Would be, in favor of making sure we still keep that 5% increase, because with anything, like I said, everything is going to go on up, and just gives us more money in other areas. As looking at this budget, I see we're going to need as much as we can.
Right, the current motion, it supports the recommendation by administration for the tuition increase now and the 5% increase for subsequent years, which we can,
Okay.
of course, if the budget allows it.
Thank you.
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. We haven't spoken to parents about this increase. We've helped them out for a while, and we've, as Ms. Kivitz said, nobody leaves the district because of childcare issues. And so to increase the tuition by 20%, I just think it's a really bad idea. I may be able to support a 5% increase, but to jump retroactively and do 20% for next school year, I think will be a disservice to our families. And so I won't be supporting this motion.
May I just clarify something?
Of course.
So this is not for this school year. So this is going to be for next school year.
Correct.
So we have between now and the summer to start communicating with parents, help them to plan and prepare so that they know that this is coming. So I just want to make sure you all know that this has nothing to do with this school year or anything like that.
Thank you for clarifying. I understood
Okay.
that point. I just, even between now and the summer and next school year, we don't want to lose any families. And, putting it out there now at this point, it may drive more families away from our district. And so I personally will not be supporting this increase.
So can I ask you, Ms. Shaw, so what would you prefer then? Would you prefer that we cut services and have less families served, or that we use other M&O budget to subsidize the costs and have less money available for our negotiations with our bargaining units or other services that we have as a district?
I think we can be creative with this problem. One, we have 1.5 million that we already allocated to subsidize tuition. Two, in the presentation, it said that best practices was to increase tuition by 5%. And if that is indeed the best practices, then we should increase it by 5% and not 20.
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Romero.
And I just want to confirm that we haven't raised our rates since 2018, you said. And so how were we able to keep this balanced for so long? Or have we?
Because of the grants that my team and I have applied for over the years, we've been able to sustain our programs. Honestly, as wonderful and amazing as the increases in wages were, they were unplanned and happened mid-year. And so that really had a devastating financial impact on our department that we were not expecting and so could not plan for. So again, we support it. We want our people to be paid, better wages. But if we pay people more, then we have to find a way to earn income or revenue. It's not something that we can usually, this is the first time ever that a board has helped supplement the cost of childcare in the district. So again, it was a very generous and beautiful gift. I just don't know how sustainable it is. So the reason we haven't is because our team has taken advantage of a lot of resources out there, and honestly, a silver lining of COVID, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, there was a big response from the feds, and so we've been able to take advantage of that and help sustain our programs between the district and the government.
And you had mentioned, so there was a pay increase for your departments?
So yes, across the district, there were increases in wages, and so that included our department. That again, we were not expecting, so we could not plan for. We had planned it for what was originally discussed, and then mid-year, the board generously offered increased wages, but that hit us hard, which is another reason we have to kind of go big with the increase.
And when was that vote? I guess it was before me.
Yes, in November.
Okay. Okay. So then, kind of a response to, again, the generosity of the board to assist your program. Now this is staring us down the barrel. That's, we have to take care of our staff, but without the money to do that, the downside, if we don't do something like this, we'll be losing.
Yeah, it would be devastating. A 5% increase. I completely understand where Ms. Shaw's coming from. I've always been an advocate for free childcare. I do think it's a right for folks, but it's not our reality right now. And so a 5% increase, if we don't do this 20% increase, we will not be able to pay our staff. We don't look to make profit. We're not trying to make money. We every bit that we make goes directly to our staff and our students. So we never have this giant surplus that we get to play with. It's that $3.82 is just enough to survive, nothing more.
Okay.
And just sorry.
Okay, please go.
Oh, and then because you do not receive tax credit money, you're not able to utilize that, correct?
Correct.
Where you could probably subsidize some of those issues in the budget.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table here. I'm going to just ask this before a roll call voice. Ms. Pena.
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Ms. Shaw,
No.
Dr. Ravi.
Yes, item passes 4-1. And again, I just want to reiterate that there is, I imagine not a single one of us that are happy about having to make this vote tonight. And I just call on everyone, the viewing public, to contact the state legislature, their state senator, their state representative, and advocate for the increased funding for our public schools that our communities need and deserve. But thank you, Ms. Kiewit and Mr. Hernandez, for your presentations tonight.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. We appreciate you.
Okay, and we're going on to 9.2, Summer Experience Academic Programming Update. So a happy topic here to talk about some of the great programming that our students can expect this summer.
Yeah, we're very excited. Governing Board President Shaw, members of the board, want to welcome our Assistant Superintendent for Leadership and Student Success, our administrative point person here for the TUSD Summer Experience. Enrollment is off and running. I think you'll be pleased with the enrollment update that you're going to see here. And more importantly, for the families watching, the crux of this presentation is dates, times, and sessions, and what you need to know to get signed up. Mr. Armenta?
Good evening, Board President Dr. Shaw and board members, Dr. Trujillo, legal staff, and governing support. Tonight, I'm not by myself, even though I look like I'm by myself. Virtually, we have Heidi Aranda, who is the Senior Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development. She is currently in St. Louis, so she has joined us virtually to support us on this project. So I will be turning it over to her in just a few minutes. But again, it's a pleasure to be here tonight to give you some information as far as where we're at in our summer experience. This is a K-12 initiative that we are having here during this summer. Just to give you a foreshadow of what we're at right now, this is our timeline and how we have rolled this out for this year. So it started back in the fall. Miss Aranda and I worked with finance along with Mr. Hernandez and John Lanza to find the funds in order for this to get up off the ground. So we started back in the fall. And as you can see on our timeline, we have meandered on down to January, providing informational sessions for our district support staff, as well as our site principals, that this was coming, to make sure that they were aware that they had to prepare for that. In February, the principals identified their coordinators, and so we were able to communicate to those coordinators what our plan was for the semester at that point, and then as we moved into summer school. In March, we just came out of there. We identified Our coordinators, we provided them some training, and then also we were looking at staff recruitment for our teachers, both in summer school and at the high school level, which is the freshman academy. So we got that going. Also in March, the online registration opened up in March 27th, and I want to give our Synergy team a shout out just because they did an amazing job at getting that up and running for us, along with communications. We are currently living in April. As you can see, that currently we are informing those sites about the services that they will need in order to get those students enrolled. Also collaborating with our district departments to provide those supports for those coordinators. And then as we get into May, we start working with our teachers and getting them the tools that they need in order to get our students ready as they get into June. So on to the next one. And it's identified here when we talk about summer school for all, the board has been gracious enough, along with John Lanza's department, to find these funds through ESSER. So all of this is funded through ESSER. So we want to make sure that all of our sites have summer school. So all of our sites across the district will have summer school. It will be a 4-week program. This will be in person at all sites. We do have 2 options for virtual. We will continue with our TUVA K7, so you will see that we have that option. And then we really worked really hard with Cole to identify those resources for them so they can continue that support for this initiative in summer school. As I mentioned in our previous slide, March 27th, our registration went up. Again, thanking our TUSD Communications for supporting us on that. And then we are working towards making sure that we have our transportation for the little ones, K7, on May 5th. And then just so we can make sure everyone is ready for our June 1st date, we will close our registration May 25th for summer school. At this point, I will turn it over to Heidi so she can provide us some information specifically with dates and grading levels.
All right, so we have a few differences between K7 and high school. So our elementary schools, K8s, and middle schools offer services for kindergarten through 7th grade students. Our 8th graders go on to high school for freshman academy. But at K7, we have a STEAM program called Full Steam Ahead. And it also includes OMA, Opening Minds Through the Arts sessions for our elementary students. In elementary, in K7, we operate Monday through Thursday. We begin June 5th through the 29th. At the elementary schools, except for Johnson, the hours are from 8 to 12. K8 middle school and Johnson are from 9 to 1. And Jumpstart, about half of our elementary and K8 sites are offering a Jumpstart program in June for our incoming kindergarten students. At the high school level, there are a couple of options. They start a little earlier. They go from June 1st with session 1 for 10 days through 14th. Session 2 is the 15th through the 18th. The hours are also a little bit different. They go from 8 to 2, and that's all due to the sufficient time they need to complete the coursework and receive credit. And at Tucson High, we are offering an evening session from 2:30 to 8, and that's for credit recovery and credit advancement. And then Freshman Academy goes the entire month. It's just one session from June 1st through the 28th, and that is from 8 to 12 at all high schools. So in the Full Steam Ahead program, this is what parents can expect their students to experience. The bulk of their day is spent engaging in STEAM modules, and we have been working with the National Inventors Hall of Fame to provide some very engaging STEAM modules that the kids and teachers have really grown to love the last couple of summers. They are hands-on modules. They align to ELA and math standards and provide some really critical STEM skills. Our OMA program has arts integration specialists at all for all K-5 students at all sites. They will also have hands-on OMA lessons, including some SEL lessons, utilizing for all 4 art forms. And they are integrated also with the ELA math and the science standards that are addressed in the STEAM modules. And then they have a designated time during the day where teachers will work with targeted small groups to be able to advance students' English language arts and mathematics skills. We identify those skills very carefully from data from our benchmark scores, our benchmark assessments throughout the year, and we identify standards that kids were still struggling on during the school year to be addressed in the summer. Next slide.
I'll take it from here. So when we get into high school, this is a little more of what you're going to see at the high school level. Again, we'll have 2 sessions. You'll have session 1 and session 2, starting with session 1 in June 1st, and then going to June 15th as the second one there. The hours are identified for 5.5. In both of those, Tucson High does have a PM session, which is 5 hours. This is traditional credit recovery, but one of the things that we've learned through our credit recovery expansion project is that most students also want to take credit advancement, or better known as initial credit. So not only are we offering the credit recovery option, but we're also allowing those students to take that credit advancement, which is great. And again, because we are providing the student the credit recovery option, we can then expand it to giving them that initial credit. So that is something good. I have been on the phone with some parents who are very ecstatic about that option. So we are in our office, as well as through the schools, working with those families to provide that opportunity for them. And then lastly is just to inform you that we do have one remote option as we transition back into a more structured summer school. So that remote option is at Cole, and we will be working with some of our TUVA staff to ensure that we have that area of support for those individuals. So we do have that remote option. Heidi?
Yes, so in addition to our standard programs, there are some specialized programs. We have a self-contained gate at Lineweaver and open access at Tully. We have Move On When Reading hubs that we will be identifying in May, because we don't get the list from the state of any students in danger of retention until then. So we identify hubs to offer intense Move On When Reading sessions, which are very successful at getting the students to the next level in reading. Reading Recovery will also be offering classes, sessions at identified reading recovery sites. Our language acquisition department will be hosting language academies throughout the district, K-12. We do have exceptional ed extended year at Mary Meredith for K-12 students. And then there are a variety of high school ALE programs, but specifically AP Summer Boot Camp. Our central departments really collaborate along with us to provide services, health services, food services, transportation, and school safety services as well. Next slide. Our health services hires staff, and they rotate to sites because of limited staffing. Sites already have been given their assignments and their schedule of when to expect someone on their site, but they always have someone on call to work with if anything should arise at sites. Food service is provided at all TUSD schools. We are offering the summer meals program free to all children 18 and under. Children not attending summer school programs can access the free summer meal program meals at all of our schools. Breakfast and lunch times and locations are available on the district website for the free summer meal program. Breakfast and lunch is served with all the meal components packaged for service, so students can take their meal to their designated place at the site, but the meals must be consumed on campus. These are the times for students that are in our summer programs, Elementary schools, it's half an hour before school starts, so 7:30 to 8, and at dismissal 12 o'clock to 12:30. Same in middle school and K-8s. 8:30 to 9 is breakfast, and lunch is 1 to 1:30. At high schools, the breakfast is from 7:30 to 8, but then the lunch is scheduled individually at high schools, so the site would be able to provide more information. We are providing transportation to our K-7 students if parents register by May 5th. So that's coming up soon. So if parents want transportation, they need to register by May 5th. Routes at that time will be created, and parents can access those routes through Parent View. And then individual phone calls will be made by transportation to ex-ed students only. Otherwise, parents can access, like I said, through Parent View. If a student registers after the deadline, they will be assigned to a stop, but it does not guarantee that it will be close to their resident. So the parent will have to get the student to that stop. And in high school, the Suntran was going to continue to be free through June of 2023. So our students will use public transportation in high school. School safety is working to identify crossings that need services and assigning available staff. So last year we provided, we asked our parents and families for feedback regarding our summer programs. And so they provided some feedback for us, which has been very useful in us as we've been implementing, planning and implementing summer programs for this coming school year. We did receive from 1,400 families. As you can see, there was a high agreement. More than 93% of our parents agreed or strongly agreed that they were satisfied with the summer school experience. Next slide. We had also a high level of people strongly agree or disagree. Agree and strongly agree for the communication they received about the program, although that was slightly slower. And we got great feedback through comments from our parents. Like I said, they love the STEM projects. We had our schools offering their own specialized programs in the summer that really that were really well received by parents, such as this parent from Utterback Middle School, whose 12-year-old twins really enjoyed their music program, and they all gained so much in a short time. Okay, high school. I think there's
I'm
a
just trying
delay.
to keep the pace up. We're good. Yeah. Okay. You want to see the last one there, Heidi?
No, it's all right. It's
all right.
fine.
I just didn't know. So
can see
as we move into high school, talk a little bit about the positives of high school. As we see into the high school is that part of what we see in these surveys that were provided for us is that we see that our students were prepared for high school through our freshman academy. We also see that students were able to get some credit recovery as it was designed through the response to intervention in that area. We're also able to have students get exposed to our campuses a little earlier. They were able to take part at looking at some of the programs that we have through our career technical education program, our specialized programs in our high schools that don't necessarily will get that time through the 176 days. So this is, as you can see here, our parents were appreciative of that. And overall that they thought it was a great experience. As we moved on and we kind of thought about some of the central themes that came through those surveys that were provided for us, we think about the programs. So the types of programs that we offered, they appreciated the vast variety of options that they had as parents. The other area for communication in this case of registration is making sure we had some clear communication about when to register, where to register. And then also the transportation, making sure that we had transportation for all students. As identified, K-7 has their deadline, but when we look at high school, we're taking advantage of that opportunity with the city and with Suntran. And then the other area we wanted to do was to make sure that we worked at getting those final grades out. As we know that our parents use Parent View and Student View, so we're going to continue to work with our Synergy team to get this information along with our coordinators out to that. So that kind of guided us in how Ms. Heidi Aranda and I worked in creating our communication with our departments. So as we identified earlier, we did work with these departments at making sure that we knew what services and what resources they needed. So here is a vast group of trainings we had. Bless you. One of the things that we also did from these surveys is that we then identified that we needed to go into specialized groups. So what Ms. Aranda and I did is look at really helping the coordinators in summer school, K-7, and then myself and Tammy Tullis, who's assisting me in this, identified that we can work with the high school specifically. So we are now, even though this is a large group, we are working with departments to drill down, specialize in those areas of K-7 and high school, so we can provide that information for our coordinators, who ultimately will provide that information to our families. And speaking to our families, and as mentioned, this website is up and running. And again, I want to thank TUSD Communications, Ms. Lionheart's department, to get this up and running. It is an active website. We are making slight adjustments as we start to hear feedback from our parents who need to get this resource. But it is up, live, and running, so you and out in the community can register your child in any of these programs. And specifically thinking about our enrollment numbers, and this is what we were alluding to at the beginning of the presentation, you can see that over our district, we are at this point, if you notice the data point there, it's April 18th, that we had 4,380 students that were enrolled total. But at this point, I would like Ms. Aranda to share what our current number is, as we have taken that number and we have some good news.
Yeah, as of today, our enrollment has grown to 5,694, so almost 5,700 students. And we expect that to trend to continue each week, adding about another 1,000 students, which would get us up to what we were at last year. At the end, we ended up with 10,000 students, 10,500 students last year in our summer programs. So there is exactly a month from today for everyone to continue registering. So we expect these numbers to just increase from now.
And at this point, this is the end of our presentation. And I do just want to make a note that we did have Dr. Salmon here for EXED to support us, along with Director of ALE, Sky Satchko, if we had questions for ALE. And then also, point of privilege, I just want to thank Deanna McLemore and Tammy Tullis, who are the administrative assistants that help us. They're doing this work behind the scenes. They're not here at the podium tonight, but I do believe that they need to publicly be acknowledged for the support that they do provide us. So thank you, and we'll take some questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Armenta. And is that Ms. Aranda who's there with you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
Thank you both for the presentation tonight. I'm really excited about the summer session coming up, and I hope our families listening tonight who haven't enrolled, who are interested, enroll right away to get their kids in our summer sessions. Governing Board members, any questions or feedback to our staff tonight?
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shaw and Mr. Romero. Mr. Armenta, I just want to say, I just thank you to you and your team for the work. I did hear from some parents after last year's session about how much they really enjoyed it. My nephew was at Fruit Tendler, really enjoyed the program. First time him riding the bus. So he's looking, he even asked me if it was coming back for this summer. So I think he'll be doing it again. I just wanted to thank you. I know that, trying to get my daughter to do the AP boot camp, but she's going to be a sophomore and she doesn't want to. So hoping somebody wants to, Sky, if you want to push that out a little bit to the high school students, I think that would be really beneficial to them as well. So I just wanted to thank you for your work.
Thank you for the feedback.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Armenta and Ms. Aranda, for the presentation. My question. Well, I have a comment. One to Miss Luna Rose. My daughter also is like not wanting to do summer school, though I told her if she doesn't do summer school, then she's gonna do Khan Academy, which is something I make her do every summer if she's not in that. So maybe try that. I don't know. My question is like, when is the deadline to apply for summer school? And if like the deadline passes and it's like the first week and a family decides, hey, I want to do summer school, can they still enroll?
So the initial deadline, again, is going to be May 25th. And that's in order for us to get our services in line. And as you notice, and I can speak specifically for high school, that we do have a second session that does start. So some of our families don't necessarily enroll for first session, but they will enroll for second. And we are going to support our coordinators so that way they can assist those families who come in at the second part. So again, as our mantra has been from the dais to us, is that we're not going to turn anybody away. We will find that room for them.
And I can say the same for elementary and K7. We have deadlines to assure that our students have the materials. We want them to have those amazing STEM kits. We have it for staffing purposes, but definitely we can find them space even if their own school is full. We can find them space at another site.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
No more questions, Dr. Shaw.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and for the excitement coming into summer session. I can't believe it's going to be May next week and summer just a month later.
All right, thank you. Have a nice evening.
All right, governing board members, we're going back to our consent agenda. And so I understand we have consent agenda items 6.3 to 6.8 with 6.2 going to be moved to another meeting and 6.9 being pulled. So I'll make the motion to approve consent items 6.3 to 6.8 tonight.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Motion made by myself and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 5-0, and we have an option to vote online as well on board docs. And so we have item 6.9. Ms. Shaw, I believe you pulled this item.
Yes, I did. Thank you. I was just looking at it and just, wondering, and perhaps it's because, you all went to the NSBA conference in April, and this is like through March 31st. But like wondering about planes and hotel costs. I imagine like some of those were paid earlier than, right when the conference was happening. And so just wondering, like, did you guys hitchhike there, or like where's those travel costs and the hotel costs for the NSBA conference, or perhaps it'll be on the next report?
Yeah, Mr. Hernandez, if you can speak to when we can expect the NSBA conference charges to be appearing.
Yeah, so Ms. Shaw, the reason the NSBA conference items aren't posted is because this report is only through March 31st. So the conference happened the first week of April, so we're going to do these quarterly. So at that point, the only items that we had expensed on behalf of the board to attend NSBA were their flights. So the hotels, any meals, anything that goes with traveling would have happened post March 31.
Understood. You said quarterly, so that started when? Like the beginning of the year?
I'm sorry, Ms. Shaw. I just want to clarify, Mr. Hernandez, not the flights, but the registration, which is on here.
Right. The registration we prepay, right? Like we prepay for the registration, but the actual expenses for, other than I believe Ms. Luna Rose flight, which we paid using the district's travel agency, all of these other expenses didn't actually post until April. So they're posted now, but they're not in this report because it's for the third quarter of the fiscal year ending March 31.
And beginning when?
January. So, but while this goes retroactive to the beginning of the fiscal year, but ending through the third quarter of the fiscal year, which is March 31st.
Okay, so because I thought I had seen these costs for my law conference like already on a different one.
Yeah,
so wondering why, like if it's one's from September and October, why I'm even on this.
These are cumulative back to July. Yeah, so they're not. Back to July through March 31. So if you would like to just have January through March, or April through June, we can certainly break it down and lop everything off. At this point, we're just doing them cumulative through the end of every individual fiscal quarter.
Okay. The fiscal quarter ends sometime.
Yeah, so fiscal quarters go September 30th, December 31, March 31, and June 30th.
Okay, interesting. All right, well, thank you for that
You're welcome.
clarification.
Right. So we have the item here, Ms. Shaw. Would you like to move the item?
I would like to move the item.
All right, and I'll second that. So we have item, sorry, change screens here. 6.9, our member expense quarterly report, moved by Ms. Shaw and seconded by myself. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes for acceptance 5-0. We can vote again online. And we're going to go to some administrative appointments. Action item 7.1, administrative appointment, Assistant Director of Exceptional Education, Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Shaw, members of the governing board. I've been looking forward to this item most of the night, and I want to thank everybody for their patience. Our first recommendation is absolutely no stranger to the Tucson Unified School District. She worked for us before and was absolutely one of my favorite people. Is such an outstanding leader. In fact, we were sad to see her go, and we're very excited that she is interested in coming back to us. So Kara Gabor proudly served the Tucson Unified School District in this very position as assistant director for several years, from 2018 to 2022, before her current stint, which is out as an assistant director for student services in Amphi. And prior to that, she was a program coordinator in the district since July 2016. One of the foremost knowledgeable and experienced leaders in ExEd, and with all of the relationships with all of our campus teams, we're very proud to recommend her return to TUSD to serve as Assistant Director, Mrs. Kara Gabor.
I'd like to move the item.
Second. Oh. You can second.
All right, is that Ms. Shaw who moved the item?
Yes.
All right, the item is moved by Ms. Shaw, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 5-0. Welcome back to TUSD.
Kara, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I feel very much like I'm coming home. Thank you.
All right. Our second recommendation this evening, as we have 2 vacancies for the Exceptional Education Department, we're very excited about our recommended candidate here this evening. He comes from the Sunnyside School District, where he currently serves as a special education transition service coordinator with the district. He's been doing that job since 2018, but he is a career-long Sunnyside School District special education ExEd educator. We're very excited to be recommending him for the position of Assistant Director this evening. I'd like to recommend Mr. Vito Pepitone to fill the position of Assistant Director for ExEd.
So moved.
Seconded.
All right, so we have this appointment motion and second. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 5-0. And then welcome to our district. We have Mr.
Pepitone, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much. I look forward to this opportunity being a part of TUSD.
Welcome aboard.
Coming to the podium to say a few words, or are we moving on?
I think he said his words. Do we want to do a picture with our new appointees?
Sure, we can take a quick break.
Let's do a quick
photos and then come right back in 3 minutes, I hope. stretch here for everyone. And thanks for sticking with us, to our viewing audience, and for all of our staff here tonight, for sticking with us as we continue going through our items tonight on our agenda.
If you can stand relatively close together, that would be great. And take a look up at me. And 3, 2, 1, and one more looking up. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Dr. Shaw, we're all back.
Okay, great. Congratulations to our new and returning members to our Exceptional Education Department. We move on to item 7.3, a proclamation of April 2023 as National School Library Month in the Tucson Unified School District. Dr. Trujillo and Ms. Shaw.
Yes, I would like to turn this over to Governing Board Member Shaw for the particulars on National School Library Month.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. So at our last governing board meeting, Ms. Chilius spoke at the call to the audience, telling us that it is, School Library Month, and without her informing us of this, we would not have known and would not have the opportunity to present this proclamation today. And so I would like to introduce Miss Brianna Chilius, who is then going to introduce her friend and a fellow librarian, Miss Marble, to read this proclamation. Ms. Chilius.
Thank you so much, Board Member Shaw. Dear dear Superintendent Dr. Trujillo, President Shaw, and members of the board, I just want to say thank you so very much for creating and preserving this space and a time for the Tucson Unified School District to proclaim April of every year to be celebrated as the National School Library Month. So I also want to thank you for allowing me to introduce this lovely, amazing colleague of mine who will read over the very long overdue proclamation for the district. So I'm so honored and pleased to introduce, as well as to highlight to you all and to the rest of the TUSD family and school community, such an amazing and outstanding library professional who really is doing great work in her line of work at her school library at Utterback Middle School. So I am honored to introduce to everyone here, Mrs. Adia Marble. Please stand up, stand next to me, Mrs. Marble. So she is the dedicated and hardworking library assistant who ensures that her student and fellow teacher and staff colleagues have what they need in order to be successful in their roles, which is providing open access to the rich stories that are contained in books, library materials, technology, and the space itself that holds said items in. I'm very happy to call Mrs. Marble a fellow colleague and also a literacy advocate. And also just the amazing work that she's doing at her school site for the kids. In relation to what I do as an involved community partner working with school communities in the district alongside the other school library staff in this school district. Mrs. Marble is such a delight to work with, and Utterback Middle School is truly blessed to have been gifted such a wonderful library professional at their site doing what she does best. So I did ask Mrs. Marble herself, what did she or would like for me to say or highlight within her introduction for tonight's momentous occasion. And what she shared with me is not only worth mentioning, but also holds enough merit it deserves to be shared as well as included in what this moment is actually about. In her own words, she shares why she does what she does for her community and how her experiences, both professional and personal, has impacted and shaped her students, her work, and hopefully reach to the rest of the TUSD family and school community. I will be reading her words. So these are her words. My passion for Utterback, its students, and so many other students within TUSD are related back to my educational experience. I've always attended underserved schools and schools on the brink of shutting down. Many of them did shut down. The faces of my students are those of my community and similar to the faces I attended middle school and high school with. To cope with being in an environment that couldn't afford to challenge me educationally, I took solace in the library. From books written by Mark Twain to Ellen Hopkins, I grew into the literacy advocate I am today. I now especially see an opportunity to reach students like myself in a way I was never exposed to stories, thanks to the diversity that is entering literary media. Their stories are being told, their faces are the main character, and their words are the ones that sit beside fantasy and adventure. These are the ideas, beliefs that drives me to do the work I've been doing and continues to do so for her students and colleagues for the Utterback Middle School community. I want to just also highlight and point out that I want to take another additional opportunity to acknowledge that this moment right now is a very serendipitous one as we begin celebrating, National Library Week, presented by the American Library Association, with today being National Library Workers' Day. So it is a day where we take the time as well as the presented opportunity to recognize the invaluable contributions made by library workers everywhere, whether they are in academic, public, special, and school libraries. Personally, I do not believe in coincidences, as I think this was meant to happen, which again should serve as an important reminder as to why and how libraries and its staff, how much they really mean in our everyday informational lives. From this moment forward, let us all acknowledge the important and invaluable professional, intellectual, and informational contributions made by our school library workers, such as Mrs. Marble herself and staff, that we are truly all are on the same page in understanding their importance and presence in American society. Thank you.
Good evening. As Ms. Chilios so generously said and introduced me to everyone, I am Adia Marble. I am the library assistant at Utterback Middle School. This is my first year being a library assistant, but not my first year working in schools, and definitely not my first year in a library. Today I'll be presenting the National School Library Month proclamation. Whereas April 2023 has been designated the 38th Annual National School Library Month, and whereas school libraries provide materials for teachers and students that will encourage growth and knowledge, and whereas school libraries provide materials that will develop literacy skills, cultural awareness, aesthetic appreciation, and ethical standards to deepen analytical and critical thinking skills, expand upon their digital and computer literacy skills, as well as become more knowledgeable and confident information users. And whereas school libraries provide materials which reflect the ideas and beliefs of different religious, social, political, historical, and ethnic groups and their contributions to the American and world heritage and culture. And whereas school libraries provide access to both physical and digital books to encourage children to read for pleasure, and whereas school libraries provide materials to meet individual needs, varied interests, abilities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and maturity levels of the students served. And whereas school libraries serve as positive environments for all students to access and engage with a well-managed library that provides for free expression and access to ideas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing board of the Tucson Unified School District declare that the month of April 2023 as School Library Month. Thank you again on behalf of all those who work within libraries within TUSD. We greatly appreciate your recognition and even more so your continual support.
Thank you, Ms. Marble, for your work at Utterback and for being here tonight to read the proclamation. And Ms. Julius, thank you for being here for your introduction. Ms. Shaw, would you like to make a motion for this proclamation?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shaw, and thank you, Ms. Chilias and Ms. Marble, for coming here tonight and for your passion for literacy. So I would like to move the item.
I'll second.
All right, we have an item moved by Ms. Shaw and seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 5-0. Okay, thank you, everyone, for this really great item tonight on our agenda. We're going to move on to 7.4, request for approval to use cooperative contracts in excess of $250,000 for preschool classroom environmental updates. Another really good item for us tonight, and some good news in terms of utilizing grants and sources of funding that we've received to really do some good things for our early childhood education programs.
Yes, thank you everyone again. I'm back to just ask for approval to continue spending our grant funds of $10 million over the last 2 years. And so we have done an assessment of some preschool classrooms that have high needs in the classroom, where we want to update flooring, take care of some plumbing issues, repair doors, new cabinets, whatever, depending on what funds were left at certain sites and their needs. So we've worked with Chase as the contractor, with our facilities department, to set that work up. We just received our quotes, and with your approval, we'd like to start that work this summer. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Luna-Rose?
I was going to just say, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Great, thank you, Ms. Luna-Rose and Ms. Ekstrom, for moving and seconding the item respectively. Again, this is a great item. This is really going to help enhance our classrooms for our youngest kids here in our community. Any questions or discussion before we vote on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 5-0.
Thank you
Ms.
so much. Have a great night.
Item 7.5, of approval of a contract to return to work teachers, return to work counselors, and second semester teacher hires for the Tucson Unified School District. This is for the 23-24 school year. Dr. Trujillo?
Yeah, President Shaw, I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Human Capital Officer, Mr. John Fernandez, for this item.
Good evening, President Shaw and members of the Governing Board. Earlier this year, you approved the issuance of teacher contracts for continuing probationary and temporary teachers who were with us at the end of January 2023. And today we are now bringing to you the list of those teachers who were hired during the second semester, so after that January deadline, and then also our return to work teachers and counselors. These are our retired teachers who come back to help our schools, to be approved for contracts for next school year. We have a list of 149 individuals who are being recommended to be offered contracts for the coming year. 120 of them are returned to work, and the remainder are our second semester hires. We thank you for your review of this matter and seek your approval. Upon your action, we will be extending contracts to these individuals for their review and agreement. And again, your action to approve would assist us in our hiring efforts for the coming school year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. And in our executive content for this section, there are details in terms of the individuals for this. Is there a motion on the table for tonight?
I'll move the item.
I'll
All right, Ms.
second.
Moves the item, and Ms. Luna Rose seconds. Any questions or discussion for Mr. Fernandez? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? The item passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, and now we have our last action item, revision of the 23 Tucson Unified School District annual expenditure budgets.
President Shaw, members of the board, I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer for the spring revision to our district's budget.
Hello again. So I am what stands between you and dinner. So I will try to move it along. Oh man. Okay, so I'm not it. Good. And then I'm gonna take my time. So this is the annual expenditure budget May revision. So as Dr. Trujillo alluded, we have a revision in the spring generally to the budget adoption from July. Ooh, no, there it goes. Too far, too much. So just to give you a reminder of what the fiscal year budget timeline is, generally by July 5th, we have to propose a budget. July 15th, the board will adopt a budget, and these are on or by July 15th. We submit it by the 18th of July. In October, we come to you with an annual financial report. We will come to you this coming October for fiscal year 23's financial report. In December, we are required to do a revision if the Department of Education notifies us that we have to do one. We were not notified by the Department of Education that we needed to do one. The final deadline for us to do a revision to our fiscal year 23 budget or any fiscal year budget is May 15th. And this is just to capture any capacity that we may have missed, make corrections to eliminate capacity if we overestimated. And those are the items that I'm going to go over with you today. First, the fiscal year 2023 M&O budget revision. You can see all of the numbers to the right. I'm not going to go over these, but point out a couple of items. One of the bigger items is the loss of the unweighted student count from our estimate. So when we created the July 2022 adoption, we estimated about 39,200 and change students were part of the fiscal year 20 would be part of the fiscal year 23 100th day. By the time the 100th day came and went, we were just shy of 39,000. So we were about 30,669. That equated to a loss of $2.7 million. The Arizona Department of Education updated the free and reduced lunch weight and the gifted weight funding in the month of March. So one of the new weights that the state legislature approved last fiscal year during their last session was to provide funding for students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. That generated about I'm lost in my own $2.3 million. So that we need to make sure that we accounted for that. We get some additional funding for gifted. Another change is desegregation change is a transfer to capital. So last board meeting when I came before you, you approved some reallocation of capital dollars from desegregation to our various schools. This accounts for moving these desegregation M&O dollars into desegregation capital for the use by the schools for some capital item requests. And the budget balance carry forward actually grew by $4.1 million. So we estimated for July 2022 that in July 2022 that we were going to have $24 million coming into the fiscal year. We actually ended up with $28.1 million. We don't close all of our fiscal year expenses until the end of August. By law, we're given 60 days after June 30th is over to close all that up. So by the time we come to you, we're actually only 15 days into what is known as our encumbrance period. So this means that we would need to set the May 2023 revised budget expenditure limit to $371,429,881, which is $539,000 more than what you adopted back in July. The other revision we need to make is to capital outlay. So when capital outlay, unlike M&O, is based on the prior year's 100th day count, so this is the 100th day of fiscal year 22, This was recalculated. The Arizona Department of Education does a statewide recalculation of ADM. So the capital funding had to be readjusted for a very slight loss, basically less than 3 students. We also increased the desegregation capital in this budget to reallocate the dollars from M&O for the deseg reallocation that you approved last time for our various schools. The more significant change is a decrease of $9.5 million in what we estimated to be our budget balance carry forward in capital. We estimated in July we would have $22 million. We ended up with $12 million. And this has to do with the fact that in the spring of 2022, the board at the time approved various capital improvement projects for various schools across the district. Those projects were actually expected to start in the fall of 2022 so that we could expend out of this fiscal year. Facilities basically struck while the iron's hot, and they got those started in last fiscal year. So essentially, expenses, those $9.5 million that we would have spent this year were spent a year early, and it really just adjusted our budget balance carry forward. This means that our May 2023 budget limit needs to be $38,667,379, which is a net decrease of $7.6 million from what the July adopted capital outlay budget was. Now, there are various revisions that we do take into account. Not all of them are required. M&O and capital are the only 2 that are required. Federal grants were adjusted, for example, specifically for ESSER after ESSER expenses were closed. So that is one large decline of $81 million for why the federal grants specifically had a significant drop. Classroom site fund was also reduced by about $3.7 million. This was reduced after the budget was completed because, again, expenses continue to post during the encumbrance period of July and August that we can't account for until after the budget is completed. So those are expenses that went out the door. We need to make sure that we revise our classroom site fund limit downwards. Other funds that were changed, building renewal grants. At the time, we estimated $3 million in July. We've actually been awarded over $40 million in several building renewal projects that you've been approving along the way. And then one item, just to kind of, as an item of information, most of our other funds and food service, they live on a cash basis. So there isn't specifically a budget limit that you have to adopt. We just have to make those changes based on how they make changes to their budget. As long as they've got cash available, they can spend. So food services in particular, as long as they've got cash to spend, they can spend. They're not necessarily tied to a budget limit. So our total adopted budget, when you look at all our sources of funding, was just under $807 million in July. We're revising it down to $764.2 million. So a drop of about $42.5 million from what we did in July. And that is it. Any questions?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for going through that presentation and all the details on the budget revisions. So the action tonight is to approve the budget as revised. Any questions from the governing board about the revised budget?
No questions.
All right, I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Item moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. All right, we can vote online. And last but not least, we have item 9.1, Code of Conduct Revisions, Process Update, Review of Survey Trends and Focus Group Data. I understand we have some great updates from our last time we addressed this issue a few weeks ago. Dr. Trujillo, Ms. Wormbrand.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Shah, esteemed school board members, Dr. Trujillo, and legal counsel, Mr. Ross. Should I proceed ahead, sir? Thank you. Thank you all. I know it's been a very long night, so we will make this as spunky and positive as possible because there's a lot of good news to share. Why do we do this? It's time for a revision recommendation for our school board. It's what's right for kids, and our stakeholders have been asking to have their voices heard in these matters. We have representative stakeholders that have been identified that sit on our internal steering committee. I shared these names with you at our last update. The committee has not changed. These are still our folks that are representing our stakeholders here in our community. Our first recommended revision that we'll be bringing when the time comes for all of you to vote is, and this is a majority vote from our committee, and there's not one stakeholder that has said otherwise in this matter, that when we set up the new code of conduct actual document, that it is sectioned out for elementary, middle, and high school. So that's a preview of our first majority vote as a committee based upon stakeholder input. This, we are not even going to pay attention to these numbers because this was submitted last week, and we now have 8,844 stakeholder voices represented. And that number is climbing. We have over 1,500 student voices, over 4,000 staff voices, and over 3,000 parents that have already shared their input on the code of conduct. So when we pick the ambitious number of 10,000 stakeholder voices, when it comes time for me to bring these revisions to you as a recommendation, we will have between 9,000 to 10,000 stakeholder voices for you. And again, this has already been updated. So we have already worked with Choya. Everything you see in green, we have had student voices already shared through our Office of Student Relations and our program coordinator and program specialist. And so we only have 3 more organizations left to meet with, and you can see by those dates. So we are moving along, and we will start with our 15 middle schools that are left this next week in collaboration with Julie Shivananda and our counselors with my department to ensure that when these revision recommendations come to all of you, that every single high school has had student voice in every single middle school as well. These are our stakeholder meetings that have been completed, and future meetings. I will actually be with transportation on Thursday. I'm still working with IT and health services. We have May 1st for our African American student service departments. And again, we're looking at a date of May 8th. We'd like to have a minimum of 2 of those forums. And for our Pan-Asian student services as well, I'm working with you currently. We have completed for our stakeholder meetings. We've met with Eli, TEA, Mexican American Student Services, Food Services, Safety and Security, Facilities and Maintenance, and Native American Student Services. All of our operations services that interface with students will be met with if they have not already, and all of our equity departments as well. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to some of our folks that are actually in the room. We have Margaret Cheney and Judy Mitchell, who are some of our very most consistent internal committee members. And they are here and they are staying here because they knew 9.1 was coming up, and they always show up. Thank you, ladies. Much appreciated. We have completed in person. These are community forums that we had. We were going to have our Mary Meredith scheduled in person, but our stakeholder population said, it's the evening. We want to be at home with our kiddos. It's a lot to transport. We said, not a problem. It'll be virtual. And these are virtual forums that have been completed as well. Here is our student forum common feedback. So first off, the kiddos say, do you believe it's appropriate for the dress code to be included in the COC? If so, at what level? They say it should remain at a level 1 by and large. Some say there shouldn't even be a dress code within the code of conduct. And other folks say the dress code shouldn't be gender biased or focused in any way that targets our LGBTQ plus community. Currently, the consequences for drug offenses include a class about drug safety and health. Should this be a continued practice? Well, lots of kiddos say it's not an or, it's an and. There should be exclusionary consequences for kids that are using drug on campus. That is very clear throughout all of our student voices. We hear a lot about how they want to be safe in their restrooms. They want to be able to go in. They don't want kids using drugs in the restrooms. They don't want to see that on campus. And some of our most vocal learners actually came from Safford, from their student government. They were our first kiddos to come to our community forum, and we allowed space for that, and it was lovely. So there needs to be support for mental health and drug awareness, and this is consistent student voice across the district. One class or one requirement within the code of conduct, students do not feel is sufficient in providing supports for kiddos that are struggling with drug use. Currently, after a student's first fight, the consequences include 1 day of suspension with restorative mediation, and they're allowed back onto campus. Does this seem appropriate? They said administration should have the flexibility to decide depending on the situation. Some voices said it should be in-school suspension if there isn't serious types of violence. Some folks said no, a minimum of 3 to 5 days. So there's a lot of variation, but the consistent theme you hear from students is that every situation should be taken into account, and the administration should be able to issue consequences within a range and have that flexibility. And lots of students say that 1 day out as just the standard should not just be the standardized consequence. We're going to go through these graphs. I'm going to read every single possible thing, but essentially, and what you're going to see here isn't every single piece of the code of conduct. It's the pieces and parts that before we initiated the survey, our stakeholders said that basically these were pieces and parts they wanted to discuss. So you won't see all the violations here in our survey, and hopefully for those of you that are parents, you did take the survey. So staff and parents, you'll see the colors match up in pretty much every single slide that you're going to see in terms of what folks think. So there's not a hot button item that I'm going to say, look, parents think one way and staff thinks differently. The numbers are almost identical in terms of how you see the coloration on the graphs. So for over-the-counter drugs, for inappropriate sale or sharing, short-term suspension is the consequence that our stakeholders are saying they would prefer to see, with some in-school suspension option. There is some long-term suspension there, but you can see in green, green will always be our in-school contract. That does not sit in a majority. Tobacco possession or use violation. You will see for staff and parents, there is a substantial group of stakeholders that say an in-school contract. However, if you look at your purple, that's your in-school suspension, and yellow is your out of school, and blue will always be your long-term. So folks are saying that we need to look again at what the exclusionary practices would be for tobacco use. Drug paraphernalia. You can see this is a rainbow within the circle, but the rainbows match up. Not exactly, but you can see short-term suspension for drug paraphernalia is one of the anchoring points. You can see for parents that in green, an in-school contract is an option that they would like to explore, and you can see it's almost identical in purple for your in-school suspension. Sale. By and large, you can see that short-term and long-term suspension are options that folks would like to look at. And in purple, you will see in-school suspension. Dress code violations. By and large, our stakeholders are saying that is an in-school contract. There's not exclusionary practice that should be used for dress code violations. Defiance and disrespect towards a third authority and non-compliance. So that's when this occurs with staff members. And you can see that in-school suspension and short-term suspension take up the majority for both staff and parents. And this is an issue when I meet with schools, and I've done a vast number of tours, both with elementary, middle, community forums, staff is very vocal about defiance and disrespect and how their classrooms and they are respected and are able to be safe and move in their professional space. So always when we meet with stakeholders, this comes up, whether or not I have it during the presentation, there are always voices on this issue. Other school threat, verbal, long-term suspension for both staff and parents is what stakeholders are saying we need to consider. And I will tell you that the committee is looking at not just what our stakeholder input is, and they received the preliminary results, and they do whenever we meet, so that this informs the decisions they make for who they represent and why they're on the committee. So this isn't in isolation. Our stakeholder representatives see this information as well. And looking at the language specifically for school threat is a piece and part that our representatives on the committee are looking at. Truancy. Unexcused absence for at least one class period during the day. By and large, our stakeholders have said that an in-school contract is sufficient. I will tell you, for our secondary stakeholders, they are asking in some instances for consistent truancy, not late to school, but consistent truancy. Kids are on campus and they are defiantly refusing to go to class, that there be an in-school suspension option, not an out-of-school. So that's something the committee is working through. Many folks philosophically, we don't want to exclude kids if, as a consequence for them deciding to exclude themselves from class. And then on the other hand, other stakeholders say, you know, there has to be a reset space and period where we can sit with a kid and develop a plan that's not in their classroom. So by and large, an in-school contract is what our stakeholders are saying. For a fight, we are seeing the majority of our folks here are looking at in-school or out-of-school suspension. And what the committee, the internal committee, is looking at is whether stakeholder voices are looking at one day being appropriate or whether there's flexibility in creating some revisions for recommendation within the short-term suspension for fights. And I will tell you, student voice says that there needs to be some flexibility. I will, in this next slide, I will share with you the commonalities that have surfaced. So for dress code, by and large, our stakeholders, whether it be students, staff, or parents, say that it should remain at a level 1 with at the most a consequence of a contract. Truancy remains at a level 1 with some options of elevation to a level 2 if it's persistent, but only with an in-school suspension option. Fights should be labeled a level 3 with short-term suspension. Currently, they're labeled at a level 4 violation, but our first fight is only 1 day of out-of-school suspension if they agree to restorative mediation. Your second fight is 3 days of out-of-school suspension if you agree to restorative mediation. What our stakeholders are agreeing on is they would like some flexibility within those 10 days to be able to make those choices, whether it be in school or out of school or a combination for the safety of their campuses. For drug violations, it's really important, and our kids have spoken loud and clear, that no matter what consequences the school board decides to adopt moving into the next year, that there be a supportive drug awareness, mental health piece that we have to assist our students with, essentially. So there's not, and the committee is all on board with that piece and part as well. Just because our one drug awareness class may not be as effective doesn't mean we can't expand and support that program. And so having the interventions and supports is critical, and all stakeholders agree with that piece and part. And being able to look at level 3 with short-term suspension, the option of ISS or OSS, for use, not sale. You will see that the illicit drug sale piece in part is not included in the survey. That has not been a contentious issue in any regard. If you're selling drugs on campus, then you are going to be suspended and you will have the option of going to a hearing depending on quantity and pieces and parts. So none of our stakeholders said, no, we'd like lesser consequences. But when we talk about use, that's where a lot of our stakeholders wanted to revisit. And that's why this piece in part is part of what we ask. So looking at that as a short-term suspension, a level 3 with options of ISS or OSS. Now, if they agree to a drug awareness class, they are suspended for 1 day, and then they return back to campus. And for their second offense, it's 3 days and they return back to campus. So it's still a short-term suspension. It's just that an administrator cannot issue anything besides those options. And so allowing flexibility within what already is a level 3 infraction is what we're looking at now. And when we bring these revisions for recommendation to this school board, it will be very specific in terms of range and those pieces and parts. So it won't be just broadly, let's have the flexibility to do this. Our committees are really, really clearly looking at what makes sense. So defiance and disrespect of staff should be labeled a level 3 offense with short-term suspension and the option of ISS or OSS or a combination of the two without the behavior having to be ongoing and escalating. So right now our language speaks that you have to prove that the student has repeatedly been defiant and disrespectful to staff to impose in school or out of school or a combination of that piece and part. Administrators have to fill out a request of Elevate for discipline right now. So it's additional paperwork where they have to prove it. And in some instances, we have a child who will be very defiant and disrespectful, and the teacher does not even feel safe in their space, but it's not ongoing and escalating. And so then we have to figure out how to support that kid without an exclusionary consequence. Stakeholders have spoken and said to be able to have the option to issue that without it being ongoing and escalating and without having to do a request for elevation is something that the school board should consider. And again, I don't vote on this committee in any piece and part. This is accumulation of what stakeholder voices have said. I do want to add to that, we have a waiver that administrators can submit if you want a down level of violation consequence. So that remains. So if you ever get in a situation with any of these where you say no suspension, no exclusionary, there's a form for that can either go through myself or the regional superintendent for approval. So that option, and no one has said get rid of that. Everyone says keep it. So that's that piece and part. And thank you so much. I am the last boat on the river here tonight, and I appreciate your time. Any questions?
I've got one. Not really a question, but I wanted to let you know I appreciate you going back at it from our first presentation and turning it around with the numbers that actually, are substantial, that are getting a lot of feedback for that. So whatever you and your team did, whether with Dr. Gio, whoever it was, I want to thank you for going back out and being aggressive on this and making this happen to have a much more inclusive forms of what's going on. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you. It's a labor of love. As I said before, it means an awful lot to me to get this right.
Dr. Shaw?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So how long are we going to keep this survey and like forums open? Can you remind me?
Yes. So currently the survey will end May 1st. So we were asked to have 1 month. So May 1st, we start on March 31st. May 1st will be the last opportunity. And Leslie and I spoke from communications. I use my husband as a gauge. He gets all of the emails and all of those pieces and parts. And people said, okay, we get it. I said, all right, great. We'll send one more and we'll let everyone know they have till May 1st. And so we have sent out to school sites who we have low staff numbers. They need to be at 80% participation. That's an agreement we have with Eli and with the principals, and people are really committed to that. So we're giving those school sites one last week to go ahead and get their staff numbers in a really healthy space, and any other parents who haven't filled it out. And then we will be holding our last forums the week before, including student forums, the week before the last week of school, which means that I will have to write very, very quickly a PIA, and that's okay. Leslie and I met. We went over the time frame of whatever revisions you may approve that we recommend, and how quickly the communications team in my department can work to ensure that that is done so that we train appropriately and well in July. So with that time frame in place, we will move quickly and efficiently and be ready whenever you would like us to be ready.
Thank you. I have one more question, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. So you mentioned right before the end of your presentation, like a waiver, some sort of waiver that like principals can fill out if they don't feel that the violation warrants whatever disciplinary action it's linked to. But I wonder how equitable this is, depending on who the student knows, depending on what that student looks like. Are we venturing into, I don't know, waters that are, maybe unbalanced with that sort of waiver?
So that as we look at this revision process, what surfaces is what the stakeholders say that there's a need for, right? Being new into this first year back into TUSD, the waiver piece in part hasn't come up. I do understand what you're saying in terms of variability, and that exists within our request to elevate discipline as well. So when you look at a disproportionality for exclusionary practice with ethnicity, what you can see in certain organizations and pieces and times is that those requests to elevate discipline have the same variability as a waiver to lessen consequence. And so in allowing flexibility within a short-term consequence, the hope would be that then has administrators locked into a very specific time frame, which they can be flexible within, but in a short-term suspension. Therefore, lowering the need for a request for elevation of discipline, which takes kids, and this is just the honest truth, oftentimes disproportionately to long-term hearings. And this surfaced when I met with our Native American support specialists and Roxanne's team. And we really talked through that piece in part because they sit as advocates, as do our African American Student Services, our Pan Asian students, our Mexican American Student Services. So they see where our largest exclusionary practice sits is within these long-term suspension pieces. And so by moving potential levels of disciplinary practice from a level 4, say for fights, to a level 3, and allowing some flexibility within those 10 days. Our hope is that, and this is what our administrators and what we've heard from Eli, is that will then decrease the need for requests of elevation of discipline, therefore reducing our students and students of certain ethnicity coming to long-term hearings. Because it's not just one day the kid's out for suspension. They can maybe do 2 or 3 days, get our high school campuses back on track, get them calmer, get that environment as it needs to be, and have those children re-enter in a safer space. Versus, well, it's just one day. Well, that's not enough. I need to do a request of elevation of discipline. And now I really need a long-term hearing. So that's the reality of it. So although there is variability, absolutely, when you look at these requests to decrease consequence and elevations to increase disciplinary action. Myself and our regionals are very careful how we look at it, but yes, there is variability. And so In moving levels and allowing some flexibility, our hope is that less students are long-term suspended and they're able to remain on our campuses. That's also strategically why we kept an in-school suspension option as its own option to keep our kids on campuses and keep everyone safe and respected. So.
Thank you.
So I'll add, a big thank you, Ms. Wormbrand, to you and your team for really, as Mr. Romero mentioned, getting those numbers up and getting some great feedback. And a big thank you to all the staff and students and parents who have participated and given their input to this process. I think we're going to have a really strong code of conduct coming out of this process when it comes back to us in a few weeks. Can you talk about the timeline, either Ms. Wormbrand or Dr. Trujillo, about what we can expect moving forward here? As this has been informational items the last couple of times, I understand that the committee will be drafting a final code of conduct to be reviewed by the governing board and approved by the governing board, or have any revisions to it.
Yeah, President Shaw, that's a great question. I had an opportunity to touch base with Anna just this morning on this. We're on a very aggressive timeline. Things are moving very quickly now that the survey is hitting its closing date. All of the information, the trends that we're seeing in preferences, attitudes, concerns, and suggestions, it's going to advance to the steering committee that we've assembled, and they're going to put it into the form of recommended revisions formally. The target date of June 6th, which is a study session for the governing board, along with several other items, has been set for the board to actually formally review recommendations for revisions for the first time. Our goal is to give you that study session on the 6th, and then hopefully come back on June 13th and ask for governing board action, or the board may deem an additional study session. But we want to be ready for that month of June.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or feedback from the members of the governing board? All right, hearing none. Thank you again, Ms. Wormbrand, for your presentation tonight.
Thank you. And save the most interesting thing for last, maybe. I appreciate all your hard work on everything. Just really, truly. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Trio, our last item is future meeting dates and agenda items.
Yes, Dr. Shaw, coming up in the month of May, we will have a recap for the governing board on TUSD testing season, as the testing season has wound down. And we will also, during the month of May, have information on some of the capital projects that will be part of the budget that we will be proposing in June. As the governing board did allocate the administration's requested amount towards capital funding, we want to make good on our commitment to show you what those projects look like for fiscal year 24. We'll be using the month of May to do that.
Great. Anything else on this item for the governing board?
Dr. Shaw?
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. So I would like to add to a future agenda the consideration of the board to acknowledge Juneteenth as a federal holiday, and also consider, following the local and national standard, to have Juneteenth as a paid holiday for all employees.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Anything else that we'd like to add to future agendas? Dr. Tree, you can follow up with Ms. Shaw on some details regarding that and some options.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful evening tonight.
Thank you.